Up bright and early this Sunday morning, ladies and gentlemen. Got some surprising news last night. I think Alexander Madison's playing, no? After assuming all week it was going to be Ty Chandler, after assuming all week Alexander Madison would be missing with a concussion. Sounds like he made it out of concussion protocol. Sounds like he will be good to go. And now we have to ask ourselves, okay, are we actually playing this guy who obviously is kind of being thrown in there last minute, but does have a beautiful matchup going up against the Denver Broncos? Like Jalen asking, should we start Najee or Madison this week? I don't want to go all in on Alexander Madison saying, oh yeah, must start player based off him going up against the Broncos, yada, yada, yada. However, if it's about this range, if it's like Alexander Madison or Najee Harris, I will go Madison here just because, if you are looking at Najee, about the worst matchup you could ever ask for. Horrible game environment, super low scoring. So I really don't know how excited we can be about that. So yeah, I would play Madison over Najee Harris, my friend. Now, D. Porter says, good morning, Mason. Need a flex, PPR. Gibbs, Najee, Brian Robinson. Enjoy the games today. Flock it up. Appreciate you, my friend. And here, if it's a full PPR format, honestly, I think it's pretty easy for us to go Jahmyr Gibbs. I would rank them Gibbs, Brian Robinson, and then Najee Harris dead last. Brian Robinson definitely appealing now that, one, you have a good matchup going up against the Giants, right? And two, if you're looking at what we have with no Antonio Gibson, you should see a larger role for Brian Robinson overall. They're about 10-point favorites in this game. Yada, yada. We can make a million reasons why you should start Brian Robinson. Ultimately, Jahmyr Gibbs, the better running back. Jahmyr Gibbs, the better offense. Jahmyr Gibbs, the better pass catcher. Right now, I believe Las Vegas sportsbooks have the Detroit Lions as the second highest scoring team in the NFL this week. Now, before we get to any more questions, just make sure I'm not missing anything here with any other injury updates. I know we got something regarding Davante Adams, that Davante Adams is possibly gonna be going to the Jets this offseason. Unless I misread this. Yeah, Jets expected to make another run at trading for Davante Adams this offseason. How old is Aaron Rodgers? This is my thing. I was kind of operating under the assumption that this was the year. If the Jets were going to do it, Aaron Rodgers needed to be good to go this year. It does seem like, okay, well, you kind of missed the window. If you are looking at this, you are going to get Aaron Rodgers turning 40 years old in like 2 weeks. Davante Adams will be going into year 10 of his NFL career. He'll be turning 31 in about 3 weeks. So I don't know if that's it. Maybe I'm just too pessimistic. Maybe I'm too much of an ageist here, but I feel like you kind of missed the boat here a little bit. 1 second. Oh, would have been devastating if we forgot the suit jacket, ladies and gentlemen. Another thing that we have is it looks like Desmond Ridder is going to be starting for the Falcons. It doesn't change much. You weren't really starting any Falcons going forward anyway, outside of Bijan Robinson. I'd say still start Bijan, still bench everybody else. Yeah, no, nothing really too different there. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button. Today is day 206 of us live streaming every single day in a row. But Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, please make sure you do it today. And also, if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, and a Russell Wilson special pick'em. More than less than half a total yard for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. But let's go ahead, and our next question coming out from Cameron. Thank you, my man. Says, sit one, half PPR. Walker, Pollard, HN, Brees. Have to beat my boss. Love all the hard work you do. Thanks. So thank you. Pollard, honestly, really good matchup. I don't know if I can sit Pollard here. HN, best offense in the NFL. I don't know if we can sit him. I think it's going to be down between Walker and Brees. I don't want to sit Kenneth Walker, but I feel like you may just have to, if I'm going to be honest. Because, I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, with Walker, this is a running back that has no role on third down anymore. No role in the 2-minute drill. So you do have somewhat of a cap ceiling overall, whereas with all these other guys, I don't really see the ceiling being capped. And Kenneth Walker is one of my most drafted players on this list. I mean, I drafted more Kenneth Walker than Brees Hall, than Tony Pollard. Hell, I drafted more Kenneth Walker than Devon Achane this year, which of course I wish I could change, but yeah, I do think that that's probably the guy that we're going to have to bench with literally no receiving role. PJ says, need a flex, full PBR, Adams or Aaron Jones. Full PBR format, I'm going to be starting Devontae Adams. Joseph says, good morning. Playing Tank Dell over Devonta Smith in a half PBR format. Is that wrong? I think now that we have no Noah Brown, it is up to you, and you are fair to go in either direction. I personally would prefer playing Devonta Smith, but honestly, that may be the wrong call. I just think that with Smith, we've historically seen no Dallas Goedert mean that he's going to go out there and crush. But you can make an argument that the Houston Texans passing offense projects to be in a much better spot than what we have with the Philadelphia Eagles passing offense. So I think maybe you end up having to go ahead and play Tank Dell. I think you can do whatever you want. That's the answer there. You can go either way. Trigger says, full BBR, Javonte or Kenneth Walker this week. Thanks, Mason. Thank you. I think if you'd have looked at our rankings earlier in the week, we probably would have added as Kenneth Walker. But if it's a full BBR format, Javonte is going to have a larger receiving role. And on top of this, if you look at the Underdog projections, they have Javonte up there at 90-ish total yards, higher than Kenneth Walker. So I do think we probably want to go ahead and take Javonte. Now, Aaron says, pick 3 wide receivers. Adams, Wilson, Puka, or Dell. So essentially, we just have to bench someone here. I hate to say it, but I probably will bench Dell. I'm going to play Adams, Wilson, and Puka. I understand that Puka hasn't been great as of late, but I fully expect that to change now that we have Matthew Stafford good to go. Stafford not even on the injury report anymore, 100%. I think Puka projects to be a better option in my mind. Now, Booba says, need 2 running backs. Madison, HN, Jones, Singletary. Thanks, bro. Appreciate you, my friend. I'm going to go with HN and Aaron Jones. Like we were saying, I think Alexander Madison puts you in a tough spot on if you wanted to start him this week or not. I'd probably just throw it in the bucket of like, oh, okay, well, if we're not excited about our other option, then yeah, let's go with him. Like if you're looking at the question we had earlier, Alexander Madison or Najee Harrison, yeah, we'll play Alexander Madison over Najee. But here, I think we probably want to go ahead and play Aaron Jones and Devon Achane. Chronicles the Bannerman says, hey, Mason, we have Stroud at quarterback, and Nico at the flex. Do we play Brees or Singletary as my RB2? Rest of the team is Etienne, Hill, Thielen, McBride. Thanks, my friend. Appreciate you. Honestly, I don't think having the Texans guys in here alongside Singletary makes the impact on the decision too much. I just think that I'd probably rather go with the best guy. I think that the best guy is going to be Brees Hall over Singletary. If you look at Singletary, he is an inferior running back. On top of that, with Devin Singletary, this is a running back that is not getting any involvement as a receiver over the past 2 weeks. Like nothing. Whereas on the other end of the spectrum, I mean, you are getting a considerable amount from Brees Hall. Now, Aiden says, good morning, Birdman. Could you pick 2 receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex between Brees, Achane, Ryan Robinson, Dell, Smith, and Kirk? And also, do we start Conkett if Garrett Wilson is out? I'm assuming you mean Conklin, and I'd say no. Garrett Wilson will also play, my friend. So, running back, we're going to go ahead. We will be playing Brees Hall, Devon Achane. Wide receiver, we're going to go Devonta Smith, Tank Dell. And then for the flex, we will go Brian Robinson, knowing that you probably have no Antonio Gibson. And not only you probably have no Antonio Gibson, but on top of that, you have a beautiful matchup against the Giants. Now, Easton says Singletary or Tank Dell. If it is a non-PPR format, I'm going to be going with Devin Singletary. If it is a full PPR league, give me Tank Dell. Bluebird says Mahomes or CJ this week. Both have great matchups. Obviously, CJ Stroud is super exciting. I am rooting for CJ Stroud. And, I mean, this is a player that you want to root for. But with that being said, I am not going to be able to go through and play him over Patrick Mahomes. I'm going Patrick Mahomes, my friend. I think, have to take the guy that we've seen a large sample of. Mike says, morning flockers, who are we going to flex? White, Rice, or Jaden Reed? So with Rachaad White, I 100% agree. I think that we probably should lower him in our expectations compared to what they usually are, given the fact that he's going up against a great 49ers defense. But knowing that he's still going to be involved as a receiver, I personally am going to go through. I will play Rachaad White here. Now, Zachary says, which DST? The Commanders, Bills, Dolphins, Jags. Thank you. Thank you. So we have the Jags going up against Tennessee, the Dolphins going up against the Raiders, the Bills going up against the Broncos, and the Commanders going up against the Giants. It's tough. The Commanders traded away their entire defensive line. But even with that being the case, I'm going to go ahead and I will take the Commanders defense. If you look at the Giants, this is the worst football team in the NFL. They have the lowest implied team total week in and week out. Well, honestly, I think that it's kind of an easy spot to just attack that defense every chance we get. Eddie says PBR started running back in a flex. Jacobs, Swift, Evans, and Puka. Not going to go Mike Evans. Really tough matchup here going up against these San Francisco 49ers. It's essentially going to be down between the running backs in Jacobs, Swift, and then Puka. I would like to play Puka now that you have Stafford good to go. In this range, I honestly don't think that we can. In this range, actually, Puka's averaging 17.5 points this season. In comparison to these running backs at about 14.5. I think that we probably bench DeAndre Swift and play Jacobs and Puka in a full PPR format. If it wasn't a non-PPR format, maybe we feel differently. Oli says Spears or Charbonnet. I'm going to go with Zach Charbonnet. Both running backs, very similar situation. Both running backs, third down options, 2-minute drill options in their respective offenses. I just think that Charbonnet is going to be in the better offense. Now, Kimochi says start 2 PPR. Nico, Amari, Addison, Pacheco, and Hopkins. Pacheco, tough matchup. Hopkins, you have no Burks. Addison, you have no Jefferson. Amari, you have no Deshaun. Nico, you have no Noah Brown. We're not playing Amari Cooper. That's for damn sure. I personally probably go through and play Isaiah Pacheco and I probably play Pacheco and then your call between Nico, Addison, Hopkins. I probably go Nico, but I think that you can make a strong argument to go Addison now that you're in a spot with no Justin Jefferson. With no Jefferson in particular. Joey says, just traded A.J. Dillon for Josh Downs. I like his playoff schedule, and running backs are Najee, H.N., Ford, Jaleel. Did I make the right move? So full transparency, Josh Downs is my second most drafted wide receiver in underdog drafts this year. Love the dude. Now, with that being said, I mean, it is tough to come out and say, oh, yeah, it's a no-brainer. Let's go through and let's trade Dillon for Downs. Is what's the real upside? Like, do you need to start him? If it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I think in your shallow redraft format, it'll be a little bit tougher to get him in. So I don't think it's a no-brainer by any means, but I understand if you wanted to go ahead and make that move. And we already saw A.J. Dillon with no Aaron Jones, and it's not like A.J. Dillon was a league winner. E-Money says, tough week with the buys. Henderson, Spears, Judy at the flex. I'm going to be going with Henderson and Judy. Henderson and Judy. Mark says, pick 2 in app BBR format. Adams, Evans, Addison. Thank you. Thank you. I will go with Adams and Evans. Obviously, Evans has been phenomenal this season. We are lowering our expectations overall. But you still probably play him in this range. You still probably do. Now, Rhino Warrior coming out saying, full PBR start Javonte, Devontae Adams, or Devon Achane. Definitely going to be between the running backs here for me. I'm not really going to be considering playing Devonta Smith here. Javonte Williams has the much safer role, and I think Javonte has a higher floor. However, with that being said, at the same time, I think that you are going to get a higher ceiling with Devon Achane given his offense. I probably go Achane, but if you really wanted to go Javonte, not going to fault you. Now, Athelo says 3 and 7. Any trades you think we should make? We have Kyler, Purdy, Pollard, Brian Robinson, Charbonnet, Madison, Singletary, Debo, DK, McLaurin, Waddle, McBride. Three and 7, we're really just thinking, how do we get points in this lineup right now, which I feel like we're already optimized for, and we have a well-balanced team as well. So I'm sorry, my friend. I know this isn't the answer that you're looking for. I know that it is a crappy answer, but I think that you are in a position where you don't really need to do anything. I think you're more so better off just kind of sitting on our hands from where we're at. Now, Rob says, morning, my dude. Only tough choice I'm faced this week is Goff or Herbert. What are your thoughts? I think Goff's going to be in the better offense, but I think Goff has a massive spread on his game where he's going to be able to run the ball consistently in the second half, where you shouldn't expect a ton of passing volume going in his direction. So for that reason, I'm just going to go ahead. Honestly, I'm just going to take Justin Herbert and not really overthink it here. Okay. Now, Colby says, 1 running back 2. We need either Najee, Henderson, or Herbert. And then also McBride or Kincaid. So I think both tight ends are going to absolutely crush. If you're looking at what they have on Underdog Fantasy with the pick'ems right now, I mean, they have McBride as the guy you want over Dalton Kincaid. I mean, let's go ahead and let's pull this up exactly where they have these players respectively. They have Kincaid at 48.5 receiving yards and 5 receptions. Whereas if you look at Trey McBride, They have Trey McBride at 54.5 receiving yards. Reality, I do think that it's up to you. I think you have a little more touchdown upside with Kincaid. And then Najee Henderson or Khalil Herbert. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Darrell Henderson. Najee and Henderson. I mean, all three of these running backs, I think, are probably going to be in a running back by committee. But I think Henderson will be the best offense out of them. Now, CR says Javonte or Saquon, and then Saquon or Dell. I'll go Javonte over Saquon, and then we'll go Saquon over Dell. Scully says, traded Swift and McLaurin for Pollard and DJ. Win or loss? Probably a loss. It depends on what we get with Pollard rest of season. I don't think it's like, oh yeah, easy dub, my man. You made out like a bandit. No, in reality, I think it's pretty close. I think it kind of is up to you there. Now, Brendan says, Mason, happy holidays, my friend. We have Cub and Puka in a standard league. I'm good at all positions, but we have to start both. Who would you trade before the deadline? Neither. I think you're in a good spot to make one consolidated bet. That one consolidated bet being, you know what? These guys will be better than people are expecting. The Rams passing offense will be a top 10 passing offense in the NFL. You make that one bet, then obviously we can down both these guys. And the thing is, at the same time, if you look at their playoff schedules, Puka and Kupp have some of the best matchups you can find for the fantasy football playoffs. Chuck says, just traded Lamb to the Cowboys, a fan of my league, for White, Metcalf, Garrett Wilson. Did I just win? Trade away a big piece for nothing. My receivers are Diggs and Daddy. Okay, so it looks like we had no depth at all. I would say that there are very rarely instances where I'd agree to trade away CeeDee Lamb at this price point. One of them would be is if you had no depth and it was hard to make moves off the waiver wire. Typically, I'd say that I would prefer CeeDee Lamb here, but I understand where you're coming from. If that was the depth that we had, and maybe it'd be harder to get depth in that league for one reason or another. Alex Snodgrass, always happy to see you, my man. Says, my brother, Superflex start 2. Fields, Purdy, or Sam Howell? Probably going to go Fields and Sam Howell. I will say if you're looking at Howell this week, probably need to lower expectations. Just given the fact that they are 10-point favorites, and Sam Howell is that guy that all year's been racking up 40, 50 passing attempts per game because they're trailing in the second half. And then start 3 between Walker, Pollard, Montgomery, Mostert, Connor. Have a good rest of your weekend. Appreciate you, my friend. I'm going to go with Walker, Pollard, and Mostert. I'm sorry, Walker, Pollard, Montgomery. I apologize. The thing with Mostert, obviously, is having Etienne coming back in. I think we have to lower expectations just a bit. Isaac says, sit 1, Jones, White, Connor. And then start 1, Walker, Hall, Puka. We're going to start Hall, and we're going to be benching in that range, probably White, even though obviously White's been the best guy. It's just a horrible matchup. Go Bill says, pick 3 PPR, Sutton, Addison, Thielen, Metcalf. So essentially we have to bench one guy here. Now that you have no Justin Jefferson, I'm going to play Addison, and I'm going to be benching Sutton. If you look at Sutton, I understand that he has been great. But if we're going to be realistic about this as well, he's been great in the situation where he's scoring a touchdown on like 14% of his targets. Like, it is an extremely unsustainable touchdown rate that should come back down to earth. Swift Smith says, thanks for everything you do, brother. No, thank you. I want to make a risky play starting Jaden Reed instead of Deontay Johnson. What are your thoughts? Thanks again. Thank you. I think that you can't do it. I understand where you're coming from with Deontay having a horrendous matchup here. But my thought process is ultimately in the Packers offense, the ball is spread around as much as possible. You almost have like 10 guys touching the football every single week as if they're the Kansas City Chiefs. But obviously, there's a big difference between Jordan Love and Patrick Mahomes there. But Steven says, 12-team happy BR. We have Mahomes, Hill, Olave, JSN, Keenan, Brees, Laporta, Dillon. Recently traded away Godwin and Walker for Keenan. How can we improve? Need an RB. Didn't trust Kenneth Walker. I mean, at this point, if you really wanted to, when we have Tyreek Hill and Keenan Allen, if you could send Chris Olave for a running back in like the Brees Hall range, go for it. Really, it's a well-balanced roster outside of that. The only thing is trading one of those depth wide receivers to see if we can get a running back that's viable. But the issue is you're in a spot that I don't know if we really want to go through and trade away one of our depth wide receivers. Like the only guy that we could trade there is Olave. I'm not trading Keenan, I'm not trading Tyreek. It's like, oh, I think maybe Olave is the guy we got to let go of. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like about 10% of y'all have hit that like button. If you have not done so already, drop a like on the live stream. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. And we have live streamed for 206 days in a row. And if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, and a Russell Wilson special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Thomas says, last day for trades in one league. 12-team BBR. My team has Mahomes, Etienne, Mostert, Tyreek, Keenan, Laporta, Judy, Cooks, Henderson for the flex. Thoughts on the team and who to start in the flex? I mean, here for the flex spot, full BBR format, we'll go Judy. You can go Darrell Henderson if you really wanted. Not starting Brandon Cooks. It's either Judy or Henderson. Up to you. If it was a half BBR, non-BBR league, I'd say Henderson relatively easily. Just full BBR is where it's screwing me up a bit. And ultimately, I think it's a very well-balanced team at the very top end here. I really do like the squad. I think that the primary thing that we're doing is just going to continue to churn the waiver wire for quite some time. That way we can go through, and that way we can hopefully find a flex in the long term that we're a little more excited about. Now, Jericho says, happy BR, double flex, one running back. Smith, Wilson, Dell, Sutton, Montgomery, Walker, Ford, Kelsey, McBride. Should we play both tight ends with Al McBride's been playing? I wouldn't fault you for it, to be honest. But with that being said, wide receiver, I'm going to be going with Wilson. And then your call between Dell and Smith. Just do not play Sutton. Running back, we'll be going with Montgomery. And then you know what? For the flex spots, I'm going to go Kenneth Walker and then the other wide receiver. So we'll go Kenneth Walker and Tank Dell for the flex. And we'll just end up playing, Travis Kelce at tight ends and benching Trey McBride, even if McBride has been absolutely crushing it, my friend. I mean, obviously, there are very few players that are as exciting right now as Trey McBride. Now, Veek says, pick 2 running backs in a flex for this week. Jones, Mostert, Connor, White, Tank, Hollywood. Appreciate you, G. Appreciate you. I'm going to go with Jones, Mostert, and if it's a full PBR format, Rachaad White. If it is a non-PBR league, then we probably go ahead and we probably pivot over to James Conner. Carson says, Hollywood, Addison, Achane need a ceiling here. If we need a ceiling, my friend, we are going to go ahead and we will play Devon Achane and hope you are doing well. The Notorious One says, should we start Hollywood or Kincaid at the flex? We are going to go Hollywood. Still think that Kincaid's a borderline top 5 tight end. Just typically, I'm always looking to avoid the tight end in the flex if we can. Louis says 10-team at BBR. Hurts, St. Brown, Lamb, Eckler, Achane, Laporta. We have Kyron on the IR, need a flex between Madison, Henderson, and Rice. Great team here. I think that we are going to go ahead and we will play Alexander Madison. I don't want to sit here and say like, oh, Alexander Madison is a must-start guy. Hell, I didn't know if he was going to play or not for the week. I was assuming that we were going to have no Madison. I was assuming that we were going to have Jefferson. I was completely wrong guessing what was going to happen here in Minnesota. But now that you have Alexander Madison good to go, and at the same time, it's a pretty good matchup going up against Denver. I think he's probably the guy you play. CR says 10-team PBR 7-3. We lost Andrews. We have Hurts, Saquon, Breece, Kyron, Kamara, Javonte, Kupp, Puka, Pittman, Dell, Addison, Ridley, Fields, Kyler. Any traits? If you have Fields and Kyler, let's go ahead and let's send a quarterback and let's go see if we can find a tight ends, right? If you lost Andrews and you want to go through and sell Fields for Kincaid, I'm not going to fault you at all for a move like that. Or if you wanted to package him with a wide receiver and go send like Pittman and Fields or Pittman and Kyler and see if we can go get up to Kelsey, that could also be something we look to do. Michael says 10-team full PBR start Dak or Allen. Thanks. Thank you, my friend. If it is a 6-point passing touchdown format, I'm not going to fault you for going ahead and taking Dak Prescott. If it is a 4-point passing touchdown league, however, with the rushing upside that you have from from Allen, I think you have to take Allen. Now, Exelon says, good morning, my friend. PBR pick 2. Breece, Nico, Hollywood, Singletary. I'm leaning towards Breece and Singletary. My only hesitation with Singletary is, 1, he's Devin Singletary, and 2, the fact that he really isn't getting involved as a receiver at all. With that being said, I definitely think you could still go through and play Singletary. I agree Breece Hall is going to be someone that we have to play here. So play Breece. I would play Nico over Hollywood. Now that we have no Noah Brown, but if you wanted to play Devin Singletary over Nico, I'm not going to fault you for it. Shane says, what's up, my man? Who should we start in a full PBR league? Herbert or Kyler? I will go Herbert over Kyler. I think both guys are very appealing. Schultz, Ingram. Appreciate you for the work you put in. No, appreciate you, my friend. We're going to go Evan Ingram at tight ends. You can make a... Actually, no. Now that we have no Noah Brown, we will go Dalton Schultz over Evan Ingram. Once Noah Brown's back in, I will probably go Ingram based off the overall target volume we've had all season now. But until that happens, it's probably a little bit of a tougher spot for me to do that. I think probably want to go ahead and probably just want to get in Dalton Schultz, because, no Noah Brown. The target tree is going to be a little bit more condensed here. Will says, for the flex spot, Khalil, Watson, Cooks, JSN. Oh, brutal. Full PBR, I think you can go ahead and play Brandon Cooks now that you have Tyler Lockett good to go. My thing with Khalil Herbert is, 1, he's not going to be involved as a receiver no matter what. And 2, on top of that, if you are looking at him, this is a player that is probably going to split the backfield with Deonta Foreman with how good Foreman's played. That's what I'm assuming. LeBronosaurus Rex, always happy to see a longtime member of the flock, says, undefeated, we winning it all. Stroud, Lamb, AJ, St. Brown, Eckler, Hall, Kelsey. Yeah, this is a nutso team. Even on the bench, we have H.N., Dell, Charbonnet, Kincaid. Do I need a QB2? Hell, I mean, if you wanted to trade Kincaid and go get a great QB2 whenever we have Kelsey, I'd probably rather have a second quarterback than a second tight end here if our quarterback's Stroud and our tight end's Kelsey. You could also see if we could package like Dell and Stroud or Kincaid and Stroud to go pivot to a top 3 quarterback like Allen, Hurts, or Mahomes. That's another possibility, but honestly, I think you're in a great spot there, my friend. I think you're in a great spot. Now, Cameron says, PBR need a flex. JSN, Quentin Johnson, Sutton, and Robert Woods. I will go ahead. I will take Cortland Sutton, but we are expecting the touchdown efficiency to dramatically fall off for Sutton compared to where it's been. Now, Twinny says, Lawrence, Geno, or Love. All of these quarterbacks have been very bad. There hasn't been a single guy you're excited about here. I think I'd probably go Lawrence. Say bounce back game coming off a tough matchup against San Fran. Now, Bartek says, Mason, PBR League, trade away Amari, Chase, CMC for Brown, Kamara, JSN. So CMC to Kamara, big time downgrade. Chase to AJ Brown, big time upgrade. Amari to JSN, slight downgrade. I'd say no. I'm going to keep the best player. I'm going to keep CMC. Brian says 7-3, full BBR. Pick a second receiver. We have Thielen, Deontay Rice, Olave on bye, and then running backs and flexes are Eckler, Mixon, Pollard. So we're going to go ahead. We'll play Adam Thielen. Adam Thielen does have a very tough matchup here, but I mean, Deontay Johnson does as well. Adam Thielen has been up there like 19 points per game so far this season, something ridiculous. I think we probably have to play Thielen this week, even if our expectations are lowered compared to where he's been. The Notorious One says, should we start Kyler, Howell, or Goff? Now that Kyler showed us how much he's going to run the ball last week, I think you want to go ahead and play Kyler. Tommy says, morning, big week, just like everyone. Full BBR. Montgomery forward as our RB. We're going to go David Montgomery here relatively easily, my friend, even in a full BBR format. I mean, massive spread over Chicago. They should be able to run the ball in the second half. And then Gibbs is RB1. DK, Nico, Montgomery, Ford, McBride is the flex. TJ is tight end 1. Ooh, interesting spot. I mean, I would say that Montgomery is probably my guy in the majority of these instances. Lockett does seem like he is legitimately banged up here. I probably go ahead and take, I don't know, DK Metcalf in a full PPR league, Montgomery in a non-PPR. I really do want to tell you to get Montgomery in there, to be honest. Mark says, pick a wide receiver 2 in a flex. Between Amari, Deontay, Jalen Warren, JSN, KJ Osborne, DK is currently wide receiver 1. We're to go Amari and Deontay Johnson, even though I think that you are right to try to avoid these guys given the game environment that we have. Pop Swiss, happy to see us. Says happy holidays, happy BR for the flex. Kincaid, Addison, Deontay, or Brandon Cooks. Kelsey's in my tight end slot and concerned about the rest. Thanks, Mason. Appreciate you, my friend. I'm not looking at Deontay, horrible matchup. I'm not looking at Cooks. He's out there getting 4 targets pretty much every single week. But last week, it's either really Kincaid or Addison. I think you can make an argument, even though we never want to flex a tight end, to go Kincaid if Jefferson was going to play. But now that you have no Jefferson, I think we probably go Addison. Larry says 12-team deep roster for the second flex. Need to pick between James Cook or Cortland Sutton. I'm going to go ahead. I will take James Cook. I understand the thought process with Sutton here. Obviously has been great as of late. My issue with Cortland Sutton is just that if you are looking at what we get I think you have a fall off with the expectations for his touchdown rate. At least just in my mind, there's no way the touchdowns can keep up at the rate that they've been. Now, next is coming out from DeMonte says, full BBR, wide receiver 2. Sutton or Godwin? Jefferson was my guy. You can go Sutton over Godwin this week with how bad of a matchup you have for Godwin going all the way to San Fran, where it should be a really tough spot overall, right? So I think if you wanted to make that argument, you easily can. Now, G says, I want to be bold today with Quentin over Deontay in the flex. What are your thoughts? Also, much love to the channel. 2 years in a row. Help me out. Appreciate you, my man. I understand where you're coming from. Quentin Johnson scores the touchdown last week. Quentin Johnson looks good. Yada, yada, yada. Ultimately, I don't think you can do this. Quentin Johnson still has been horrible all season. And while, yeah, Deontay Johnson has a very tough matchup, at least we have the guaranteed target volume. Hudson says was offered Howland Walker for Lamb. We had Burrow. Oh, you want CeeDee Lamb? Not even remotely close. Go stream quarterback before you make this trade. Heem says need to start 2. Connor, Henry, Singletary in a full PPR format. I will go Connor and Henry, even though I will let you know that I drafted way more Devin Singletary in my Underdog Best Ball drafts than these other guys. So I am definitely rooting for Singletary out of this list. The issue is this running back that really has had no involvement at all as a receiver over the past 2 weeks. Steven says, thanks for being great. Just follow up on my last question. Any running back targets if I trade Olave, take into consideration the playoffs? If you're looking to head to the playoffs, I think a big thing that you could look to do here would be go ahead and try to add in like Bijan Robinson, even if you have to add in a smaller piece. I think that's a very reasonable deal that you could make at this point with everybody that I've seen just being completely out of Bijan. And at the same time, Bijan having the best fantasy football playoff schedule of any running back you're going to find. Now, Lil Boy Blue says, thoughts on Isaiah likely rest of season, worth the waiver wire ad? I mean, obviously looked decent at times his rookie year, but early in this season, I think a lot of people just got burnt from playing him that 1 week where you had no Andrews. If you're playing in a deep league, I think that he is worth an ad. I just don't think you should have like really high expectations with him, to be honest. Like, you're going to add him and just see what happens. Just don't have like super high expectations. Now, Bartek says, start Brandon Cooks or Amari. So, not excited about it, but we will go ahead and we'll play Amari Cooper. I want to avoid Amari everywhere we can. Nasty game environment, nasty offense. But Brandon Cooks, outside of this past week, was just seeing 4 targets, 4 targets, 4 targets, 4 targets, 4 targets. I mean, ultimately, the volume just really hasn't been there. Now, Omar says 12-team happy BR, 6-4. We have Herbert, Hall, Achane, Javonte, Jones, Mostert, Mitchell, Chase, Waddle, Olave, Wilson, Laporta. Should we trade Aaron Jones for Jalen Hurts? I would say in general, Jalen Hurts is worth much more than Aaron Jones. If we have Justin Herbert, we really don't need Jalen Hurts. But if you wanted to make this trade expecting that we could go through and potentially then flip either Jalen Hurts or Justin Herbert for more? I think you probably could. Max says full BBR lost Burrow. Traded Javonte for Dak. The team's Etienne, Bijan, Etienne, Mixon, White, A.J. Brown, Puka, Hopkins, Flowers, Douglas, Hawkinson. Who do we start? Running back, we're going to be going with, I'm assuming, I don't know if we already played Mixon, right? We're going to go Etienne as our RB1. If we did not already play Mixon, we'll go to Von Achane. Wide receiver, we're going to go A.J. Brown, Puka. And then for the flex, we're going to go right back to running back. And your flex would be Achane if you played Mixon. And if you didn't play Mixon and we're playing Achane at running back 2, then we're going to go ahead and flex Rashad White. And then obviously Hawkinson at tight ends. Sir says the Lavion bye. Are we going to go Judy, Davis, or Watson? Thanks. Thank you. Gabe Davis, very hard to get behind this week with how bad this matchup is. I probably go Christian Watson. He's been at the very top of the Packers in targets. Obviously, I mean, hard to be nearly as excited about him as we were previously with how everything has played out, though. Now, Legend says, PBR, Stroud, Achane, Hall, Chase, Adams, Kincaid, Pollard. And then on the bench, Jefferson, Collins, Flowers, 5-5, any moves rest of season. Flex, Collins, Adams, thanks, based the first year play. Appreciate you, my friend. Gonna go with Adams over Collins. And if you were looking at this, I mean, it's a great team overall. I really don't think that we make too many trades. I mean, if you wanted to see if you could send like Collins and Stroud and go pivot to a top 3 quarterback with Mahomes, Josh Allen, or Jalen Hurts, you can look to do that. But honestly, I think you're kind of sitting. Rise the Vacation says, I want Keenan from the owner who just lost Andrews and Burrow. He rejected Kyler McBride. Would you send Mahomes and Kincaid? So we have Kyler and McBride on the team. I would at least ask for another piece back. I mean, I feel like we'd be overpaying just slightly here. I mean, you can afford to overpay with how good your situation is there at quarterback and tight ends. And obviously, Keenan Allen is that elite level option, so I don't mind going out there and overpaying. I just think that it can be a spot where we can possibly just get a little more value in here, my friend. Now, Kevin says full BBR ETN for Cup or ETN for Pacheco and Rice. We're going to go ETN in both instances. Kelly says who to drop to make room for Jefferson when he comes back. Downs, Keaton Mitchell, or Trey McBride. Thanks. Thank you. I would drop Keaton Mitchell. I mean, we've said this all along with Keaton Mitchell, but ultimately, he's in a 3-man running back by committee, right? I mean, he can expand his role and he can still be in a 2-man running back by committee instead. Now, Austin says, Kyler or Dak rest of season, want to trade off one of them. I think that they are very, very close rest of season. I think that you would get more value if you try to trade away Dak. So I would probably trade Dak because I think we can get a little more value out of him here. Now, Anthony says, PBR single flex. Javonte, Achane, Singletary, Pacheco, Adams, Puka, Smith, Nico, Deontay, Addison. Cheers. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Our 2 running backs, we are going to be going with Javonte, Achane. Our 2 receivers, we're going to go Adams, Puka. And then for our flex, I think we are going to go ahead and play Isaiah Pacheco. If you really wanted to make an argument for Singletary, I'm not going to fault you in that Singletary does have a much better matchup than Pacheco. And I'm really hoping that Singletary crushes it this week. I mean, I drafted an embarrassing amount of Singletary, and it looks like maybe we're kind of getting lucky here. But I think we want to be realistic and say he's probably not catching the ball, and he's Devin Singletary. Two-turn Jazz says, PBR, JT and Bijan on bye. We're going to go Ty Chandler or Jalen Warren at RB2. We will go Jalen Warren at RB2 now that Alexander Madison is good to go. Now, Jordan says, full BBR, 2 running backs, 2 receivers, and a flex. Saquon, Jacobs, Achane, Connor, Ayuk, Kirk, Hollywood, Addison, Cooks. Any start suggestions? We have Purdy at quarterback and Ferguson at tight end as well. So our 2 running backs, we're going to be going with Achane Jacobs. Our receivers are going to be going with Ayuk and Hollywood, or Ayuk. Honestly, you can go Ayuk. For sure, you play Ayuk as one of these guys. And then between Kirk, Hollywood, Addison, really it's up to you. Just make sure you're benching Brandon Cooks, playing Brandon Ayuk. And then we're going to go right back to the running back position and flex Saquon Barkley. So make sure you're playing Saquon, Jacobs, Achane. Make sure you're benching Brandon Cooks. You're playing Brandon Ayuk. And then that last wide receiver 2 slot between Kirk, Hollywood, Addison, they're all in about the same tier, and it's up to you. Now, the card says 12-team Happy BR 5-5. Trade away Olave and Schultz for Chase. What are your thoughts? The current team is Hurts, Smith, Pittman, Addison, Olave, Montgomery, Pacheco, Schultz. I think you can make this move. I mean, I'd rather have Jamar Chase over Chris Olave rest of season. I mean, it'd be nice to know what we have at tight end outside of that. GX says, thoughts on trading Chase. It's a 10-team BBR. Lost Andrews on Thursday. Picked up McBride. Receivers are St. Brown, Tyreek. Running backs are JT, Etienne, Achane, and Javonte. So how I would be going about trying to trade away Jamar Chase, I think you would have the most success if you tried to send, say, like Jamar Chase in a package with another option like Javonte Williams to see if we can pivot and stay in that same range. So as an example, like if you were to go through and if you were to trade like, say, Chase and Javonte and go see if we can pivot over to like Stephon Diggs, AJ Brown, I think that would be the move. Now, Schuster says, good morning, Standard Dynasty. Start Gibbs or Pollard at running back. I'm going to be going Gibbs, my friend. Goff or Howell at quarterback. I'm going to be going with really tough there at quarterback. I mean, obviously, Sam Howell has been better so far this season. But the reason Howell's been better is he's been throwing the ball 40, 50 times a game. Still probably go with Sam Howell. I do think that he comes back down to earth, though. Just because, like, this is a spot where you don't need him to throw the ball 40, 50 times, right? I mean, you can run the ball in the second half if you're up by multiple touchdowns against New York. Now, next question coming out from Dan says, Mason, season on the line this week and no Jefferson. 2 out of these 3, Rashee Rice, James Conner, Quentin Johnson. Love the hustle, man. Much thanks. Appreciate you, my friend. For sure, play James Conner. James Conner is a no-brainer here in this range and not even close to these other guys. Now, with that being said, afterwards, I think it's a little bit tougher to nail down one of these options. I probably go Rashee Rice over Quentin Johnston now that you have Mike Williams good to go. And Rashee Rice is a rookie wide receiver coming out of a bye. Good matchup against Philly, where Philly's allowed the most points to opposing wide receivers so far this year. James says 7-3 full BBR. Drop Watson or Spears so we can take Achane off the IR. Probably Spears. Thanks to the bye weeks, we have to start the other one. Thanks. Love the channel. Thank you. Yeah, so if you have to start one of these guys, I would start Christian Watson over Tajay Spears. So I guess that means we'd be dropping Spears here, my friend. Now, Matthias, happy to see it, says 5-5, happy BR. We have Hurts, Pollard, Warren, Charbonnet, Dowdle, Latavius, DJ, Devonta, DK Pickens, Jason Kincaid. Thoughts on trying for the playoffs, lowest points for? So I'm very sorry. I know that this is a bad answer. I know this is not the one that you're looking for, but in terms of trades, I don't really see one that we can make. I mean, Pickens was that sell-high guy for us earlier in the year. Now at this point, we're not going to be getting anything for Pickens. I think that the only thing that we're really looking to do is continue to churn the waiver wire here and try to backfill depth options and find guys with upside off waivers. I don't know if we have any like expendable value there that we can be looking to sell. Michael says PBR for the flex, Laporta, Gabe Davis, Lockett, or Pickens. Probably Laporta, even though I'd never want to start a tight end in the flex spot. And if you really don't want to start a tight end in the flex, you go Lockett. Now, Latima says, Morning Mason, 10-team PBR double flex. Start Ford or McBride in the second flex spot. A-Chan will be in the other slot. Even though I never want to start a tight end in the flex spot, Ford, horrendous offense in a committee. I probably will just go ahead and play McBride. Now, Amy says, bench 1 PBR, Gibbs, Montgomery, Dell, Collins, Barkley, and Y. We're going to go ahead and we're going to bench Nico Collins. I mean, no Noah Brown is going to make him a little bit more appealing. But ultimately, if you do look at what you have with this situation, Nico Collins was a wide receiver that was only seeing about 40 to 50%. I'm sorry, only 4 to 5 targets per week the last month that you had him before his injury. Now, Solis says, have BBR Schultz or Ferguson. I'm going to go Schultz now that you have no Noah Brown and the target tree should be a little more condensed. Ryan says, 8-team full BBR, 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 1 wide receiver. Tua or Kyler. Oh. Tough spot. Massive spread on this game where you're probably in a situation where the Miami Dolphins don't have to throw the ball in the second half, but it doesn't matter if Tua racks up his points in the first half. If you look at my rankings, I have Tua and Kyler ranked back-to-back. I probably go Tua with a tie break, him just having the highest, the Dolphins having the highest implied team total in the NFL. And then Etienne, Gibbs, Mostert, Javonte, Jalen Warren, Najee. We need 2 of these running backs. We'll be going with Etienne and Gibbs with this being a full PPR format. We need 1 wide receiver. We're going to go with Amon-Ra St. Brown. For our tight end, we are going to go with Laporta. And for our flex, we're going to go right back to running back, and we will play Javonte Williams. Now, Revis Island says, how BBR need 2 flexes? Hollywood, Madison, Najee, Godwin, Addison. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you, my friend. I know that we want to be benching Najee. I know that we want to be benching Godwin based off their respective matchups. Now, the last guy who we benched between Hollywood, Madison, Addison, very close and up to you. Obviously, Madison does have a great matchup going up against the Denver Broncos rush defense. If it was a full BBR format, I'd tell you to probably take both wide receivers here, but it's a lot tougher, to be honest with you. I think you can go either way. Really, I do think that's up to you there. Now, Chubbs the Farman says, just grabbed HN off waivers. Now we have CMC, JT, HN, Barkley. League knows Barkley's doomed. Hold or play the matchups or sell him for lower value. Honestly, my friend, I think you just sit here and sit on your hands. You're in a phenomenal spot. I don't know what you need to do here. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think you're in a great situation. I don't really think you need to do anything. Okay. Now, next question coming out from Tommy says, Allen or Kyler, am I overthinking this week? I understand where you're coming from. Obviously, we do have Josh Allen banged up. And at the same time, it's a very tough matchup against the Jets. Ultimately, I do think you're probably overthinking it. We probably still want to play Josh Allen, even though I think it's a reasonable question. Bartek says, what about CMC, Chase, Amari for Lamb and ETN? CMC to ETN, downgrade. Chase and Amari to Lamb, upgrade. I'm still going to go with Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey is just completely in his own tier, my friend. Ashton says, start Herbert with Keenan and Eckler stacked, or Kyler and flex Brees or Hollywood. Happy holidays. Keep up the good work. Appreciate you, my friend. We will go Brees over Hollywood. I'm confident in saying that. When it comes to Herbert or Kyler, that's something I'm not nearly as confident, my friend. Ultimately, I don't freaking know. I think I'd probably go Herbert because we've seen the larger sample of him so far this season. Even though, I mean, yeah, it does look like it's a good spot in general. If you really wanted to go out there and you really wanted to start Kyler Murray, it should be a shootout. Now, Alex says 5-5, full BBR 12-team league. Need to start 2 running backs and 2 flex from Jacobs, Brees, Javonte, Brian Robinson, Dell, DJ, and Addison. Our 2 running backs, we're going to be going with Jacobs and Brees. Our flex, we're going to go with Javonte and Brian Robinson. I mean, the wide receivers are appealing as well, especially in a full PPR format. But I mean, Jacobs, Brees have to start based off their workloads. Javonte falls into that must-start bucket now based off his workload. And then Brian Robinson, you have no Gibson in a great matchup against the Giants where you are like 10-point favorites. I think you probably have to go ahead and you probably have to start him here. Now, Barry says, need upside, Gabe Davis or JSN, bet 250 on the matchup. So, Gabe Davis definitely has more upside than JSN. But obviously, it's just a tough spot going up against the Jets. But Lockett is good to go. So, if you're really chasing upside, you'd go Gabe Davis. Mike says, start Montgomery over Barkley with Jones as my RB2. And who to start in the flex? Kirk or Hopkins? Or maybe Montgomery or Barkley, depending on who we bench. Love the stream. Appreciate you, my friend. Yeah, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play both running backs. Play Montgomery and Barkley. I don't care if you play at running back. Don't care if you play at the flex. Obviously makes no difference. But I would play both guys over Kirk and Hopkins. Barkley for the workload. Montgomery for the offensive role. Now, Cameron says 7-3, 10-team BBR, second place. We have Burrow, CMC, Gibbs, Waddle, Smith, Laporta, HN, Terry, Pacheco, Warren, Addison, Dotson, Singletary, Johnston. RIP Burrow, what trade should we do? Howland, Gino on waivers. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, just go pick up Sam Howell off the waiver wire. And then, I mean, you have enough depth where another side note, I mean, if you wanted to sell like Devin Singletary and try to go get an upgrade elsewhere, that could also be something you look to do. Like if you wanted to see if we could send like Singletary and maybe Terry and just get a long-term upgrade at wide receiver, I think you can do that based off how good our running backs are at the top. Herbow says, Morning Mason, have BBR White or Henderson and why? We're going to go with Rashad White, given the receiving floor that he gives us is a much larger percentage of his own backfield, but it is a much worse matchup. Let me pull up our next question. And as I do this, let me remind you, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button. It looks like about 10% of y'all have dropped a like on this live stream. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, if you're ever going to subscribe, I would ask that you do it now. And also, if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, and a Russell Wilson special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's move this over. Our next question coming out from VD3 says, okay, we start Pacheco at the flex over Garrett Wilson, or do we start Pacheco over Saquon? My lineup is Stroud, Walker, Saquon, Devonta, Terry, Ferguson. Full BBR format, we just bench Garrett Wilson. I'm sorry, we just bench Isaiah Pacheco. If it's like a non-PBR league, then I think you can bench Garrett Wilson for Pacheco. Danny says start Hollywood or White at the flex. Very close. I think White gives you higher floor. Hollywood gives you higher ceiling. I think it's kind of dependent on what you're looking for there. I mean, obviously, most weeks it will be White. Just a very tough matchup going up against San Fran. Brandon says, good morning, Mason. Playing the number one team. Need a boom. Start for Amon-Ra, yes. Ayuk, yes. Puka, yes. And then between Dell, Sutton, Addison, we will go ahead. We will play Tank Dell. And then if you are looking at what you're going to get, this is a wide receiver with no Noah Brown that should see an expanded role. Now, Twisted Folk says Dell or Collins rest of season. Sorry, 1 second, my friend. Dell or Collins rest of season. I'm going to go Dell. He's seen more overall volume. And then Ingram, McBride, and Joku rest of season. We'll go Trey McBride. If McBride will have to use the waiver wire for week 14, 18 league, full PBR. Thank you. Thank you. If it's an 18 league, I'm not opposed to using the waiver wire at all. So yeah, I think we can go ahead and we can move in that direction, my friend. Okay. Now, Duke says Addison or Ridley. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Addison over Ridley relatively easily with no Jefferson. Matt says start 3 at PBR. Brees, White, Javonte, DK. Happy PBR format, probably just going to go ahead and take the running backs. If you wanted to do anything, you'd go DK over White. But now that you have Lockett good to go, I don't think you have to. Robert says Frymuth or Parham this week. So you have no Gerald Everett, so Donald Parham is viable if you really needed him. Assuming Frymuth's good to go, I'm going to go Frymuth. Isaac says Ridley or Deontay rest of season. Sit Tua or Kyler and sit Puka or Walker. Non-PBR league, we sit Puka. Full PBR format, we sit Walker. Tua or Kyler, I'm going to go Tua. And then Ridley or Deontay rest of season here. It is tougher. Probably go full BBR format. I'd probably go Deontay because we've seen Deontay be able to get to double-digit targets even if he does nothing with them. Dime says 10-team double flex BBR. Hurts, Brees, Pacheco, H.N. Najee, Gus, Keaton, Puka, Devonta Smith, Amari, Godwin, Lockett, Kelsey. 5-5 in 5th place. Thoughts on any moves? Thank you. No, thank you. The elite quarterback, the elite tight ends. Depth at wide receiver. Honestly, no. I mean, I think really the only thing that we do is continue to churn the waiver wire, see if we can find another running back. But, I mean, we're already doing that, right? We can see we have Keaton Mitchell down there in the bottom end of the bench. This is an example of someone that you pick up just to see if he's anything. If he's nothing, toss him back out there, pick up the new next guy. So, honestly, I really like the construction of the team. I think we just had to wait till HN got back in. But thank you so much for being a long-time member of the flock, my friend. But RM coming out says 10-team, 1 quarterback, single flex. We have Dak, Kyler, Henry, HN, Jones, Charbonnet, Spears, Bigsby, Olave, Waddle, Lockett, Higgins, Ingram. 4 and 6. Any moves? Should we start the Washington DST today? Yes. Start the Washington DST. And if we're looking at doing anything, 4 and 6 roster, we'd look to sell long-term value to get short-term production. So I'd say if you wanted to sell Higgins and package him with literally anybody in your starting lineup to go get an upgrade, that's probably something that we look to do on a team that's in a position where we need to be winning right now. Go says, do we start Howell or Kyler this week? I'm torn. So yeah, Sam Howell's been great all year, right? Based off just him having a ridiculous amount of passing volume. However, I think I personally just go ahead and I think I'm going to take Kyler Murray, given the rushing upside that we've seen. And I'm a little bit more so concerned that if you are looking at Sam Howell, this is a quarterback that's been getting up there 40, 50 passing attempts a week when they're trailing by a touchdown or 2 in the second half. They're not going to be trailing by a touchdown or 2 in the second half against the Giants here. I think they can actually run the ball for the first time ever. Now, Justin says PBR 6-point passing touchdown. Goff or Kyler. 6-point passing touchdown. I mean, typically you'll be a little bit more willing to go with the quarterback that's not necessarily just the rusher, but we'll still go Kyler. And then flex Jones, Sutton, Pacheco. We're going to go with Jones in a full PBR league. And who do you think is better rest of season, Kyler or Goff? I think it's Kyler. I do think that it's closer in this format. But I mean, a big thing that we've seen with the Lions, right, is they are wanting to just go out there and they are wanting to just run the ball consistently. Now, Mev says start Foreman, Kareem, or Khalil Herbert in a full PPR format. I'd love to go none of the above. We probably have to go Khalil Herbert, though. I don't know. I mean, I would love to tell you none of the above, but you probably go with Khalil. Now, Blue says PBR drop one. H.N. Hall Barkley. Thank you. Thank you. No idea what world we have to drop one of these players. Barkley has like the highest floor out of this group. He has also the most cap ceiling. Can everybody spam the chat right now? If you had to drop one between H.N., Hall, and Barkley, who are you dropping? If you had to drop one of these guys, who are you letting go of? I clearly have no idea, which is hence why I'm asking y'all. Now, JJ says, QB in a flex, Allen or Goff. We're going to go Allen. And then Dobbs or Godwin. We're going to go Godwin. James Abbott says, Morning Mason, got a few trades today. James Cook or Montgomery. We're going to go with Montgomery over James Cook. Kincaid or Laporta. I'm going to go Laporta over Kincaid. Hopkins or Amari. I'm going to go Hopkins. Also, do you like Dak or Allen? We're going to go Allen. Understand where you're coming from, but we're still going to go Allen. And then thank you for all the time and effort you put in every day. No, thank you so much for being a member of the flock, my friend. I really, really do appreciate you and wishing you the best of luck this Sunday. But we are going to have to move this over to the other screen. So just give me 1 second to do this. And as I do, ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you, hit that like button. I mean, we are right now about 5 likes away from hitting 600 likes on this live stream. We may actually hit 1,000 likes on the stream for the first time in a long time. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, please do it for us on a Sunday morning live stream when it's the most important. And also, if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Russell Wilson special pick'em, more than, less than, half a total yard for the game tonight. So make sure you take advantage. But let's swing this back around. And okay, it's only going to be shown if we do it on this screen. So our last question was from James. Our next one is from Uncle Dud. We really need to fix this for. It's a 12-team PPR, 7-3. We need 2 receivers and a flex out of Myers, Thielen, Deontay, Watson, Sanders, Hubbard, Herbert, Charbonnet. Lineup locks are Walker, HN. Would you consider Goff over Allen today? I would still go Allen. I understand where you're coming from, but no. And then for our flex and receivers, this is a tough spot. We're going to go Adam Thielen, Deontay at wide receiver. And then for our flex, we may end up having to roll the dice with Christian Watson in a full PPR format. He's had the target volume. Obviously not a good offense. And also they are spreading the ball around a considerable amount as well. So it's not a spot that you're super excited about. But Give Moore says, my guy, 12-team standard, 6-4. We have Mahomes, CMC, HN, Henderson, Ayuk, AJ Brown, Laporta, with the bench of Taylor, Cook, Jefferson, Puka, Deontay, Chandler on a 3-game slide. Please help set the lineup. Any trades? Appreciate you, my man, and wishing you the best of luck. And Really, the only thing that I'd like to do is get Puka in here. I mean, right now it looks like Henderson's maybe in our flex. So I'd take out Darrell Henderson, put Puka in. And honestly, I think you're in a great spot once we just get Jonathan Taylor through the bye and Justin Jefferson back from his injury. But yeah, thank you so much for everything, my man. Lil Isaiah says, Madison or Singletary, Rice, Ridley, or Henderson for the flex. I'm going to go Henderson and then Singletary. With Madison, good matchup. It's just a tough spot with him. Like, I mean, at least in my mind, it's a tough spot mentally to get over that we weren't planning on going him all week. Now, Dev says, HN, Eckler, Gibbs, Jacobs need to start too because we started Edwards. We're going to go with Eckler and probably Jacobs. Actually, no. At full BBR format, give me Eckler and Gibbs. Now, Duro Moody coming out saying, sorry, 1 second. What's up, Flock? Hope all is well. Need some start-sit help. Rondell, Dowdle, Samuel, or Woods. Brutal. Dowdle's not fully healthy. For that reason, I think we go Rondell more, but obviously Rondell's never turned into the guy that you were hoping he would be. It's literally never happened. Now, Kyle says Purdy or Fields or Kyler. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Kyler Murray here with how much he ran. Lindsay says, Morning Mason, good morning. Happy BR starting St. Brown, CMC, need a wide receiver, running back, and a flex. Smith, Dell, Collins, Mostert, James Conner. Must win to stay at first. 8-2. Thank you. No, thank you and congrats at crushing. We will go with Mostert at running back. Our wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play your call between Dell and Smith. I think most people will take Dell. Probably Dell and Connor or Smith and Connor. Because my thing is, like, you have no Goddard for Smith. You have no Noah Brown for Dell. So I think both guys are appealing. Greg says, love the work. Thank you. No, thank you. Really have to win this week. Played Mixon. Got Barkley, White, Chandler. Receivers are Addison, Wilson, Kirk. Bench 2 and any moves. We're going to bench Chandler and Kirk. And no real moves. I mean, if you wanted to sell Addison after this week, that is something that I would like to do, especially if he has a big week tonight. Nate says PBRs are 2 running backs and a flex. Pacheco, Ty, Warren, Ridley, Wandale. I'm going to go with running back, Pacheco, Warren, and the flex, Ridley. Not playing Ty Chandler now that Madison's good to go. Rob says, need 3, St. Brown, Dell, Waddle, Ayuk, Addison. We're going to go St. Brown, Waddle, and Ayuk, even if Dell looks to be in a great spot with no Noah Brown. Brett says, yo, Mason, we have Jason, White, Jacoby to start for the flex this week. We're going to go Rashad White. It is a brutal matchup, though. The best choice, I know KJ Osborne and Dotson are on waiver wires also. No, do not go for them, my friend. Keep the team as is. Just start Rashad White, even if it is a tough matchup here. But I think we can swing this back over now. Next question coming up from the White Walker says, Waddle or Dell for the flex? Dell's in a good spot. I understand where you're coming from, but ultimately, you do need to go ahead and you need to just take Jalen Waddle. I mean, Jalen Waddle, great talent. Jalen Waddle should be in the highest scoring offense in the NFL this week. At least that's what Vegas sportsbooks are telling us. Now, Kyle says, pick 3, White, Aaron Jones, Hall, and Montgomery. We're going to go with Jones, Hall, and David Montgomery, with Rashad White having to travel cross country to go play the best defense in the NFL, or one of them. Jack says, pick one for the flex, Njoku, Rondale, or Quentin Johnston. I'm actually going to go Johnston there now that you have no Deshaun Watson for Njoku. Norm says 12-team non-PPR. We got to start 2. Brian Robinson, Jacobs, HN, or Pacheco. I think we're going to go ahead and play HN and Jacobs. I will say Brian Robinson is in a great spot, though, with the Gibson injury and with the matchup going up against the Giants. Uncle Dud says, brutal waiver wire. We lost Andrews. Pick up Higbee, Conklin, Otten, Noah Fant, or Michael Mayer. Maybe Michael Mayer. I mean, I want to tell you, Cade Otton's been the best out of these guys, but the issue is you're going up against San Fran. Their offense is supposed to struggle in a big time way. Like, what's the real upside? Isaac says, full BBR, would you start Tank Dell, Devonta Smith, DJ Moore, or Ayuk? I will go Brains and Ayuk out of these options, my friend. I will go Ayuk. Dizzle says, 10-team, 10-0 roster, full BBR. Need a running back and a flex. Cook, Henderson, Singletary, Nico, Amari. Rest of the lineup is Hurts, Etienne, Chase, Ayuk, Kelsey. We're going to go Singletary at running back, and then for the flex, we'll play Nico Collins as well. So we'll double dip in that Houston Texans offense with Singletary and Collins. Seth says, Kupp, Wilson, Kirk, Kincaid, full PPR format. Like for the flex, we're easily going to go Cooper Kupp, my friend. I mean, underdog is Cooper Kupp with 13 targets this week. Is his pick 'em. Like, you have to play Cooper Kupp. It's not even close. Okay. Now, Yandelish says 12-team full BBR single flex. Running backs are CMC, Swift, and Brees. Receivers are Amon-Ra, McLaurin, Devonta Smith, Tank Dell, Logan Thomas. Start who? We're going to go CMC and probably Brees. Amon-Ra and Smith. If you want to go Dell over Smith, I'm not going to fault you. And then we're going to go Swift for the flex. So yeah, play all 3 running backs, play St. Brown, and then pick your poison at wide receiver 2 with Smith and Tank Dell. Matthew says, Fields or Howell? I will go ahead. I will take Justin Fields over Sam Howell here, my friend. And then Amari or Addison. We're going to go ahead. We're going to play Addison, Brian Robinson, Connor, or Javonte. I'm going to play. I really like all these options. Probably Javonte at this point. If you look at the underdog pick'ems, they've been at like 90 total yards. Now, J. Ross says 12-team BBR, start 3. Montgomery, Gibbs, Walker, Hollywood. We're going to play all 3 running backs. Play Montgomery, Gibbs, and Walker. I mean, I do like the situation that you have in Arizona. It should be a high-scoring game against the Texans, but still, I mean, it'd be hard to convince me to go through and play Hollywood over one of those 3 running backs. Brandon says Sutton or Madison for the flex. Full BBR format and trade Madison for Gus. You can make the Gus trade if you want. Full BBR league. It's close. I still probably go Madison over Sutton. I mean, obviously Sutton's been great, but the issue is he's rocking like a 14% touchdown rate. There's just no way that keeps up. It kind of has to come back down to earth. Now, Repulse says full BBR 10-team league. We have Dak, HN, White, CD, McLaurin, Kincaid, Nico. And then on the bench, Jefferson, Robinson, Goff, Ingram, Mostert. Any changes for this week and any trades? No, I think it's a great team, well-balanced team as well. Definitely not looking to make any trades. The only thing I'd say is if you wanted to go through and start Raheem Mostert over Nico Collins, definitely not going to fault you for that play. I mean, right now, if you look at Raheem Mostert and this Miami Dolphins offense, as we've said over and over again, I'm sure you're tired of hearing me say it, they had the highest implied team total of any team in the NFL this week. So like for me, it's honestly a little bit tough to go through and get away from someone like Raheem Mostert. Dan says McLaurin, Mostert, or Javonte, pick two. I'm going to go with the running backs. I'm going to go Mostert and Javonte. Michael says, which two receivers out of Evans, Waddle, Debo? I'm going to go Waddle and Debo, to be honest. I mean, right now, if you look at the spread with this Tampa Niners game, it's massive. You have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, according to Vegas Sportsbooks, as a bottom three offense in the NFL this week. So it's a little bit tougher to go out there and play Evans. Theo says, what are your thoughts between Schultz and Kincaid, trying to figure out who to start? I think that they're both in very good offenses. They're both seeing a considerable amount of target volume. I think we've seen Kincaid with a little more touchdown upside. I think Kincaid's a little bit of the better player as well. So I personally am going to go Kincaid over Schultz, at least in the long term. If this week you wanted to go Schultz instead, with him having a very good matchup, not going to fault you for that at all. And you have no Noah Brown, so the target's going to be a little more condensed. Now, Silent Fist says, start three, Barkley, Jones, Hall, Singletary, White. We're going to go Barkley, Jones, and Hall. As Singletary not really getting involved as a receiver. Rashad White, horrendous matchup. So, yeah. Metro Boom and Abbott-Acia says, start two, Addison, Puka, DK. We're going to go with Puka and DK, even with no Jefferson. And then Kyler or Dobbs, appreciate you and your help this season. Appreciate you, my friend. We will go Kyler over Dobbs. And honestly, that call is going to be relatively easy as well, now that you're in a spot where we have no Justin Jefferson. Okay. Now, Joseph says, full BBR for the flex, Addison, Amari, or Trey McBride. Cannot play Amari with no Watson. We are going to go ahead. We'll play Addison here. McBride versus Addison is very interesting. I mean, right now it does look like Trey McBride's the top 5 tight ends. The issue is, I mean, Jordan Addison should be able to just go out there and he should be able to crush, considering the fact that you have no Justin Jefferson in this offense, of course. Now, B. Rugged says, what's up, Kyler or Stafford? I'm going to go ahead. I will take Kyler. Need a flex and a receiver from Robinson, Najee, Khalil, JSN, Deontay. How do we feel about the 49ers defense rest of season? I think they are a top 3 defense in the NFL. A good matchup this week as well. We're going to go with Brian Robinson easily for the flex with the Gibson injury and the great matchup. And then we're going to go Deontay Johnson for the wide receiver slot, even if we don't like it. I mean, horrible matchup. Bullman says, need a flex, JSN Rice or Ty Chandler. Now that Alexander Madison's going to go, we will go with Rashee Rice here, my friend. Good matchup. Eagles have allowed the most points to opposing wide receivers this season. 93 Junebug says, full BBR is starting Jones, Walker, Lamb, Debo. Flex, Puka, Mostert. How do you rearrange to play Mostert or keep as is? Appreciate you, my dog. Appreciate you, my friend. So essentially, who would we take out to get Mostert in? Full BBR format, I want to be starting all the receivers. Really, the only thing that you could do, and I'm not telling you to do it, I'm just saying you could if you wanted to. If you wanted to pivot from Aaron Jones to Mostert, just with Mostert being a much better offense, you can. Full BBR format, though, Jones will have more involvement as a receiver. So, honestly, it is close. It is up to you there. Now, Fino says, Morning Mason, happy BR, need 2 running backs, a receiver, and 2 flexes. We have Hall, HN, Ty Chandler, Hopkins, Hollywood, JSN. Also, Chiefs DST in the rain or Dolphins DST against the Raiders. I'm going to go with the Dolphins DST, where they're just massive spreads, where Vegas is going to have to drop back to pass over and over again in the second half. We can generate sacks and generate turnovers. And then for our 2 running backs, we are to be going HN and Hall. For our receiver, we're going to go Hopkins. And then for our flex, we're going to go Hollywood. And then between Chandler and JSN, I mean, I don't know, to be honest. I'd probably just go ahead and take JSN. And that's like, not like Chandler's like a great running back, right? And it's not like Alexander Madison's dealing with a hamstring where we should expect Alexander Madison to be at 40% or whatever. Now, if he got cleared, he's probably just going to play fully. Now, Dave the Flav says full BBR start help, one quarterback league with the flex. Dobbs, Fields, Kyler. We're going to go Kyler. Jacobs, ETN, Brian Robinson, Montgomery, Achane. Dear God, we're going to go ETN and Jacobs. Diggs, Debo, Kirk, Puka, DJ. We're going to go Diggs and Puka. And then for the flex, we're going to go with your call of Devon Achane and David Montgomery. I'm going to go Achane in a full BBR format, and obviously McBride at tight end. Unbelievable team, though. How the hell do you have that many viable options? Max says, hey, Mason, love your streams. Keep up the work. Appreciate you, my friend. I traded Pacheco and JSN for Bijan at 8-2. Love it. I mean, 8-2, we're thinking more so for the fantasy football playoffs here. This is a spot where Bijan Robinson has the best playoff schedule of any running back in the NFL. So I think it makes a ton of sense. Now, Memphis Bears says start 2 full BBR. Nico, Brees, Jones, or Lockett. I'm going to go with Brees and Aaron Jones, even though Nico Collins is very appealing with no Noah Brown. Zang says Burrow, Pollard, Hall, Thielen, Chase, Smith, Andrews, McBride, Downs, Rice, Spears, Charbonnet, Russell. Should we make moves due to injuries or sit on our hands? I mean, the thing is, like, what can we sell to get an upgraded quarterback? I mean, we're chilling right now when it comes to what we have at tight end. Like, McBride filling in with Andrews is going to be completely fine. But, like, if you could sell Burrow, I mean, if you could sell Thielen and go get a viable QB, in reality, you're probably better off just picking up another quarterback off the waiver wire and then playing the matchups between that quarterback and whoever your other option is. I'm sorry, that quarterback and Russell Wilson as we go through the rest of the season. But I mean, really lucky to have McBride here for that Mark Andrews team. Now, Adore says 12-team PBR, 6-4, tied for second. We have Stroud, Singletary, Barkley, Adams, Lamb, Schultz, Watson, Ridley, with Lawrence, Hunt, Khalil, Higgins, Pitts, Kyron. Who should we trade/target? Okay. I mean, we are full-blown Texans onslaught, double-stacked Stroud. Honestly, I don't really see too many trades that we can make here. Realistically, what value can we get out of one of these guys on the bench? Like, all I'd ask is for you to point to me, like, what deal can we make? Nobody's going to trade for Lawrence. Nobody's trading for Hunt. Nobody's trading for Khalil. Nobody's trading for Higgins. Nobody's trading for Pitts. You're better off waiting another week to get Kyron Williams back in. So in reality, I really don't see a move that makes a lot of sense for us, my friend. And probably just sitting on your hands, to be honest. Ray Charles, happy to see you, says, Mason, want to thank you for all the help this year. Made great trades off your videos. Flex 2 and pick a D. DK, DJ Moore, Devonta Smith. And then the Browns or Lions defense. We're going to go with the Browns defense, even though both options are great. And then wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We're going to go DJ Moore and DK Metcalf. If you wanted to go Smith over DJ Moore, not going to fault you for it. Actually, no, we're going to go Smith over DJ Moore. Who cares? Let's do it. You have no Goddard there. Let's do it. But yeah, thank you so much for being a longtime member of the flock, my friend. You know I appreciate you. You know I do. Now, we're going to have to swing this back around to the other page so we keep bringing these up. So give me 1 second to do this, ladies and gentlemen. And as I do it, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button. I mean, we have live streamed for 206 days in a row. I have not missed a single day of live streaming since April. But Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, I would please ask you to do it now. And also, if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Russell Wilson special pick'em more than less than half a total yard. But our next question coming out from, I believe, Chief Perp, who says, "8-team full BBR. We need 2 running backs and 2 flex. Etienne, Jacobs, Montgomery, Swift, Aaron Jones, Barkley, Walker." We're going to go Etienne, Jacobs, Barkley, and probably Swift in a full PBR format. If it was a non-PBR league, probably Kenneth Walker. Now, Osgood says, have PBR Ingram or McBride at tight ends. I'm going to go McBride and then 2 receivers in a flex. Who sits between McLaurin, Adams, Kupp, Singletary? It's either going to be McLaurin or Singletary. Have PBR formats close. Probably bench McLaurin, half PBR league. Okay. Now, Dawson says, hey, Mason, 10-team at BBR is 6-4. We got a lot of wide receiver value in Debo, Waddle, Dell, Olave. Do I make a straight-up trade Olave for Ramondre? We have Bijan, Pacheco, Chandler, Hubbard, and Kyron. I would rather have Olave over Ramondre Stevenson. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but it's not like we're desperate at running back. I mean, if you wanted to sell like Olave and Kyron Williams to even go get a running back 1, I think I'd be more interested in that. Cheap Perp says Dell or Singletary at the flex. I think Singletary has a higher floor. Dell has a higher ceiling. I probably go Tank Dell. Andy says Montgomery, H.N. Diggs, Evans, Barkley, Walker, Puka. Full PBR. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you, my friend. Receiver, we're going to be going with Diggs and Puka. Running back, we're going to be going with Barkley and Achane. And then for the flex, we will go ahead and we'll play David Montgomery. So definitely play 3 running backs there. Maxo Cream says start who? Herbert or Dak? We're going to go Herbert. Warren, Gabe Davis, and Jerry Jeudy. I think that you have the highest. Honestly, we're going to go Gabe Davis. I'm going to chase the ceiling there. I think all players have a very low floor. Gabe Davis has a high ceiling. The issue is, of course, is that you do have a pretty tough matchup overall for Gabe, where you're not super, super excited about that. Now, Raphael says, pick 2 to start. Brian Robinson, Singletary, or David Montgomery. I'm going to go Brian Robinson and Singletary. I'm sorry, Brian Robinson and Montgomery, with Singletary not really seeing much involvement as a receiver. Now, Marson says, good morning, Mason. Full BBR league. Who should we start in our second running back slot? Chandler or Charbonnet? What about my flex between Rice, Gabe Davis, or JSN? We'll go Rashee Rice for your flex. And then for that second running back slot, I'm going to go Zach Charbonnet because, I mean, you have Madison coming off a concussion, right? So there's a chance that Madison steps in and just sees literally everything. Like, that is in the range of outcomes here. So I'd personally probably just go through and say, oh, okay, well, yeah, I have no interest in Chandler. He's not a talented RB either. At least Charbonnet's talented. We know he's going to be a receiver. Now, Mike says, full BBR, trade Saquon to get Ramondre Stevenson. Nope, I agree. Saquon Barkley is an interesting sell given how bad his offense is, but I can't say, oh, Saquon Barkley's offense is really bad. Let's go through and let's trade for Ramondre Stevenson. No, we're not doing that, my friend. And then also pick 3 today, Saquon, Achane, Warren, JSN, Chandler, Dobbs. We're going to go Saquon, Achane, between Warren, JSN, Chandler, Dobbs. I think Warren gives the highest floor. JSN gives the highest ceiling. Now that Log is good to go, you can go Warren if you want. I just don't really see what the ceiling is with Jalen Warren in a horrible matchup here. Now, Z Kennedy says, a 14-team full BBR, third pick. We have Lamar, Tyreek, Lamb, Flowers, Kincaid. Mostert's RB1, play Hunt or Royce in an RB2. And then flex either Judy or Quentin Johnston. Trying to think. We're going to go, I'll still go Judy over Johnston. And then I will go Royce Freeman over Kareem Hunt, as gross as it sounds. My thing with Kareem Hunt is ultimately at the end of the day, horrendous offense with no Deshaun Watson. He's going to be in a committee regardless. I hope I'm wrong. I have a lot of Kareem Hunt and Underdog best ball drafts. It's just hard for me to see the ceiling. Now, Lane says, 10-team full BBR. What kind of receiver could we get for Barkley and Ridley? Maybe Waddle. Could we get more than that? What do you think? I think you could probably get more than that, to be honest. I mean, Barkley's still a wide receiver that's seeing pretty much every single touch out of his backfield, right? I mean, I think you could go for like Adams, maybe. I don't mind the idea, but I think we maybe want to be trying to charge a little bit of a larger premium. Like, try to go get Cup. RJ says start CJ or Hurts. Thanks. Thank you. We will go Jalen Hurts despite the tough matchup. Now, Hugs Capital says 12-team full BBR. We need help at running back and wide receiver. Pick 3 to start. Montgomery, White, Mostert, or Ford. And the wide receivers, Puka or Thielen. We're going to go Puka over Thielen. And the running back, we're going to go Montgomery, White, Mostert. I want to bench everybody in Cleveland this week. Like, if you look at the Underdog pick'ems, this will give you a sense of exactly how bad this offense is going to be in Cleveland. They have Dorian Thompson-Robinson currently sitting here. It is laughable. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this. 4.5 passing first downs. That is more than less. And that is the expectation for this Cleveland Browns offense. 4.5 passing first downs. You can say, oh, well, Mason, that's obviously going to happen. The Browns are obviously going to have 5 passing first downs. If that's the case, go to Underdog Fantasy, promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season rankings and tiers, plus a Russell Wilson special pick of more than less than half a total yard with code FLOCK. But I can tell you, they know what they're doing, and there's a reason we should be terrified about this Browns offense. Now, Muhammad says, 12-team BBR double flex. We have Kyler, Love, Javonte, Taylor, Charbonnet, Dillon, Chase, Olave, Waddle, JSN, Downs, Zay. We lost Watson and Andrews. What should we do? Well, we have Kyler. We're fine. We weren't starting him anyway. We were starting Watson anyway. Losing Andrews is a little bit of a tougher spot. I would just say let's go through and the wide receivers down at the bottom end, like Zay Jones, cap ceiling. Drop Zay Jones, pick up another tight end off the waiver wire. I mean, I know that our backup tight end that we have here currently isn't like penciled in to be a stud, someone that we're excited about rest of season. So I'd probably rather just roster 2 tight ends and have 2 bites at the apple and see if we can get there with another guy. But Rhea says, good morning, Mason. Love the show. Kyler versus Houston or Field versus Detroit. Appreciate you, my friend. I think kind of go back and forth. I really just like going ahead and playing Kyler Murray here, to be honest. I mean, Kyler Murray's in a spot where you can be pretty damn confident that it's going to be a high-scoring game, and he's going to have rushing upside. Where in the case of Fields, he has rushing upside, but are they going to be able to move the ball down the field, Now, Luggy A says, Kyler or Dobbs for quarterback this week. We need to start 2, McLaurin, Lockett, or Puka. I'm going to go with McLaurin and Puka, and then we're going to go Kyler over Dobbs, especially with no Jefferson. Thin Blue Line says, who do we start? Happy BR, Watson or Myers? If you look at the underdog pick'ems, they have Myers like 33.5 receiving yards. Myers, over the past 3 weeks, the target volume has completely fallen off a cliff. He's had he's had 1 reception, 2 receptions, 2 receptions. So I don't know. I'd probably say you cannot start Jacoby Myers. Anthony says, who to start at wide receiver 2? Collins, Addison, Ridley, Jason, or Cooks? I'm probably going to go Addison with no Justin Jefferson. Collins would be the other option. And then who should we flex? Kincaid or another receiver? We're going to go Addison and Collins here. And then flex in an RB2 in another league between Hall, HN, Dell, or Kincaid. We'll go Hall and HN, even though Dell is very appealing. And I do think that Kincaid's a top 5 tight end. It's very hard to compare like a tight end in the flex with a wide receiver. These wide receivers are just going to score more points. Michael says, do we need to trade for a receiver before the deadline, or am I good? We have Collins, Ridley, Watson, Downs, Johnston, Douglas. I would love to. I just don't know how we can. If you have a ton of running back depth here, or if you have 2 viable tight ends, say if you like Kincaid and Kelsey, then yeah, send Kincaid and Ridley and go get the best wide receiver we can. It's not a great wide receiver room. I just don't know if you're going to get a ton of value if you try to make a 2-for-1 deal there. Sean says 12-team PBR. We have Herbert, Barkley, Gibbs, Terry, Waddle, Kittle, Godwin. And then on the bench, Jefferson, JSN, Watson, Charbonnet, Hubbard, McBride, Royce, and the available waiver wire, Gabe Davis, Quentin Johnson. Any moves? Unsure about Jefferson. It really hoping we're getting Jefferson back next week. I'm assuming Jefferson will be back next week, if I'm going to be honest with you. But I also assume that he was going to be back this week. Good team. I don't really think that we have to do much. The only thing I'd say is let's go ahead and let's bench George Kittle and play Trey McBride here, my friend. Yeah, play McBride over Kittle. Now, Sam says PBR start 2. Montgomery against his former team, Rashee Rice versus the Eagles, McBride against Houston, or Nico versus Arizona. I think you have an argument to be made for a lot of these guys. We're going to go Montgomery and Nico Collins, though. But, McBride is absolutely crushing it. So if you really wanted to go McBride, you could, but I'm going to go Montgomery and Collins. Tyler says, need to drop 1 to activate HN off the IR. Mostert, Pollard, Aaron Jones, Connor. We also have Keaton Mitchell, easily Keaton Mitchell. Keaton Mitchell's not even close to these other guys, my man. Drop Keaton. David says, full BBR pick 2, Debo, Swift, Garrett Wilson. Tough spot here. If you look at our flex rankings, we have Swift at 19, Wilson at 24. Debo at 36. I'll say Debo and Wilson are much, much closer than that. So yeah, probably Swift and Wilson. I will say we probably ranked Debo too low in our rankings this week, though. The Day still says PBR for the flex, Ferguson, Samuel, or Osborne. So you have no Jefferson. Osborne is good to go. It's a good matchup. I'd probably go Osborne over Ferguson. I would not fault you at all, though, if you wanted to go Ferg. Tristan says 12-team full BBR, Superflex. Should we start Baker or Pacheco at the Superflex? We already have Holmes, Javonte, Jacobs going. I 100% understand wanting to bench Baker with it being just a brutal matchup going up against the 49ers defense. However, you have to start Baker Mayfield. Please go ahead. Please start Baker here, my friend. Don't overthink it. Sal says, hey, Mace, we need one full BBR, Rice, JSN, or Amari. I probably go Amari, but I will say Amari and Rice are going to be very close this week just with how good of a matchup you have for Rice, how bad of a situation this is for Amari as well in Cleveland. Ryan says, Dak if I have Lamb or Tua because my opponent has Waddle. I'm not going to overthink this, my friend. I think you just go with the guy that you would most prefer. I mean, if you look at my quarterback rankings this week, I have Dak at 7. I have Tua at 8. So I have them back-to-back, and I do think it's up to you. I don't think us having a one guy and our opponent having the other is going to make too much of a difference. Trevor says, Mr. D-O-double-D. I'd love to have it type out that way, my man. 12-team full BBR, 7-3, playing for first. Screwed up and didn't start mixing. Need to start one, Puka or Tank. Thanks, G. Appreciate you, my friend. Full BBR format. I don't think you have to worry. Then we're going to go ahead and we're going to play Puka here. I mean, Puka should be in a spot where, I mean, he can just go out there and completely crush. I mean, I'm trying to think of a reason why maybe you wouldn't want to go through. And start Puka. I honestly don't know if you can get away with not starting Puka, in that it's a good matchup against Seattle. Should be a very high scoring contest overall. I think you got to play him, to be honest. Memphis Bears says, running back in a flex, Hall, Robinson, Nico, Jones, Lockett. We're going to go Hall at running back, and we're going to go Brian Robinson for the flex. Specifically because we have the great matchup against the Giants and the Antonio Gibson injury. Now, James says start 2 running backs, 2 receivers in a flex. Between Gibbs, Montgomery, Walker, Singletary, Keenan, Debo, Tank in an 18 league. Our 2 running backs, we're going to be going ahead and we're going to be playing both Gibbs and Montgomery. Our receivers are going to go Keenan and Debo. And then for the flex, probably Kenneth Walker. If you really wanted to play Tank Dell, I wouldn't fault you for it, though. E says a full BBR, Madison or Herbert, and then Tua or Purdy. Thanks, bro. Appreciate you, my friend. We're going to go Tua over Purdy, and we're going to go Madison over Khalil Herbert. Thomas says Tua or Fields. We have Waddle and HN. Thanks. Thank you, my friend. I mean, here, obviously, the rushing upside with Justin Fields. Can't hurt to see him in here for a week. If we already have these Miami guys, let's just go Tua. Zachary says, pick 2, Dell, Puka, Addison, Ridley, Amari for the flex. We have Pacheco and Rashad White. Should we substitute any receivers or stick with the RBs? Okay. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Puka, and then your call between Addison and Dell. And if you wanted to play one of the wide receivers over White, given the tough matchup that White has going up against San Fran, not going to fault you for it. So for sure, play Puka at one of the wide receiver slots. For sure, bench Ridley and Amari. Pick between Dell and Addison at your wide receiver 2. And if you wanted to play one of these guys over White, not going to fault you. Kristen says, first year making trades. Move Puka for Hall, Addison for Montgomery, Pollard for Bijan. You're killing. Amon-Ra Hall for Chase Etienne. The only deal that I don't like is the Amon-Ra Hall for Chase Etienne, and that's because of the Burrow injury. If Burrow was fully healthy, I would love it. We have Keenan and Ayuk. Are we okay? And what do we think about Chase rest of season? I mean, I think it's a great team. I think the majority of these moves I really like. And with Chase, I think we just have to reset expectations. I think you have to view him kind of in a similar light to what do you have, say, with like Devontae Adams, right? Where he's a stud wide receiver, but just in a horrendous offense. I'm just there, says, yo, trade Jerome Ford and Lamb for CMC. Oh, it's CD Lamb. I'm sorry, it's CMC, not even close, even if Lamb's been great. Juwan says, Kyler, Fields, or Howell in a full PPR format. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to play Kyler. Love the game environment. Love the rushing upside. Jose says, should we start Kittle or Schultz? I'm going to go ahead. I will play George Kittle over Schultz. I do think that it's closer now that you have no Noah Brown, condensing the targets, maybe being funneled a little bit more in the direction of Dalton Schultz. Sean says, love the streams. Need a win this week. We need one between Rice, Sutton, Addison, and Noah Brown. I'm going to go ahead. I will play Jordan Addison here, my friend. I think Addison has a nice combination of a high floor and a high ceiling in games where you have no Justin Jefferson. Now, FL says, flex Achane or McBride. I'm going to go ahead. I will play Devon Achane. I mean, McBride looks like a top 5 tight end. McBride absolutely killing it. But it will be difficult for me to go through and get away from Devon Achane, who has the elite upside and should be in the highest scoring offense in the NFL this week. But give me 1 second. We're going to have to swing this back to the other page, ladies and gentlemen. And as I do this, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button. I mean, we have live streamed every single day for 206 days in a row. Not going to stop anytime soon. But Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like, please make sure you do it now. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, and a Russell Wilson special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you are taking advantage of that. But our next question is going to be coming out from, I believe, Shuni, who says, James Cook or Najee. We're going to go Cook, and then Dak or Kyler. Thanks. Thank you. Dak, Kyler, a little bit tougher. I think if you're playing in a 4-point passing touchdown format in particular, you probably want to go ahead and you probably want to take Kyler given his rushing upside. Now, X says, hey, it's a 12-team half PPR league. We need 2 running backs, 2 flex. Aaron Jones, Barkley, Hollywood, Dell, Chandler, Madison, Hubbard, 3 and 7, and need to win out. Our 2 running backs, we're going to be going with Jones, Barkley. Our 2 flex spots, we're going to be going with Hollywood and Dell. And I am wishing you the best of luck, my friend. And I understand maybe being a little bit hesitant there, saying, well, I kind of want to play Madison, given how good the matchup is going up against Denver, now that Madison is fully good to go. So I understand if you would want to go elsewhere. That's just personally what I would do. Now, moving this over, says Sawyer says, lost Andrews, hope for the best with likely, or pick up K. Dotton, Frymuth, Parham, or Conklin. I would go Pat Frymuth. I'm a little bit biased in that I drafted a lot of Pat Frymuth in underdog drafts this year, and Frymuth really is not doing anything for us. I'm hoping he has that second half breakout, which obviously does not look super likely, but still, I am rooting for it for sure. Thomas says, thoughts on McKinnon? He broke out last. McKinnon's a 32-year-old running back with a tiny role in a very good offense. McKinnon's good in like underdog best ball drafts where you're going to get some random touchdowns every once in a while that are very hard to predict. But in reality, McKinnon's not someone that you want to consistently be relying upon, my friend. Zach says, full BBR, flex Smith, Thielen, or Tank Dell. Honestly, all these guys are really up to you. Dell, you have no Noah Brown. Smith, you have no Dallas Goedert. Thielen, you have a very tough matchup against the Dallas Cowboys. I think you can make an argument for almost anybody here in this range. I personally probably go Smith, but I'm also probably, I can go back and forth with these guys literally every single time you ask me this question. The reason is because they're all in the same exact range. Let me pull up who we had in our flex rankings this week. We had Smith as the highest guy in our rankings this week. That's what I'm doing. Max says, have to get someone off the waiver wire. Who do you start this week? Watson, Samuel, or Rondale Moore? I'm going to go ahead in this range. I will just play Christian Watson. Watson's been very frustrating in that Christian Watson really hasn't been someone that you can consistently rely upon. I haven't been able to rely upon him a single week this season, right? So it is a brutal spot overall, but still, if I had to pick someone, he is at the top of this Packers team in targets in a lot of these weeks. The issue, he's doing nothing with these targets. He's consistently getting injured, yada, 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 but still. Now, brother says start James Cook or Ty Chandler. I'm going to go Cook. And is Madison playing? Yes, Madison is playing. It's a 12-team BBR league. Got to start one of these two. Thanks, Flock for Life. Appreciate you, my friend. And yeah, it would have been exciting to play Chandler in a good matchup with no Madison. But with Madison in, no interest at all. Andre says start to Nico, Kirk, Lockett, Hollywood. I'm going to go with Nico and Hollywood, expecting it to be a higher scoring game overall. And like we said, actually, no, even with no Noah Brown, we're still going to go Christian Kirk over Christian Kirk over Nico. I want to tell you to get Nico in. I really like the game environment, but he was averaging 5 targets per game the month before the injury. So I don't know. Even with no Noah Brown, still probably want to play Kirk over him. Thomas says flex 2, Hopkins, JSN, Thielen, Ford, Henderson. Appreciate you, my friend. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Adam Thielen and Adam Thielen and DeAndre Hopkins easily. Yeah. Jerome Ford, really tough matchup. Miro says, much love, Mace. Appreciate you. Help a brother out, please. Need to Mooney, Woods, Chandler, Wandale. We're going to go Robert Woods with no Noah Brown with how good this offense is going to be. And then maybe we play Ty Chandler and send up a prayer that he has somewhat a role here in a very good matchup against Denver. And need one Ridley, Sutton, Hopkins. I'm going to go with Hopkins. And then Khalil or Chandler, we will go Khalil Herbert. Sleep deprived animator, always happy to see us, says, good morning. Happy BR. We have Allen, Stroud, Chase, Nico, Dell, Puka, Rice, Montgomery, Pacheco, Cook, Singletary, Kelsey. Need help with the quarterback. Weird to think. Wide receiver 2, running back 1. Okay, so we need a wide receiver, 2 running backs, and a flex, and a QB. We're going to go Allen over Stroud. I completely understand where you're coming from, saying, well, Mason, come on, are we sure about this? It is toughish, I get it, but still, probably want to go ahead. Probably just want to play the guy who has the rushing upside. And then wide receiver, we're going to be going with Puka. Running back, we are going to be going with Montgomery and Pacheco. And then for the flex, it's a half PBR format, so it's not that easy. It's your call between Tank Dell and Devin Singletary. Full BBR format, I'm going to go Tank Dell relatively easily, but half BBR league, ultimately, I do think it's up to you there. Okay. Now, Mr. Frost says bench 1, Gibbs, DJ Moore, Hall, Pollard, Achane. I'm going to bench DJ Moore, play all the running backs. Guaranteed workload. RG says start Kittle and Kincaid and bench Myers and Reed. Yes, I would play both tight ends there. Very rare instance where I'd flex the tight ends. Jacob says Rico or Nico for the flex. And should we trade Cook for Tua? I'm sorry, Rice or Nico. I'm an idiot. We're going to go Nico for the flex. And then James Cook for Tua. Yeah, if you need a quarterback, if you just lost Burrow, go get Tua. Justin says, pick 2, JSN, Brian Robinson, Watson, Pickens. And do we trade Kamara for White and Aaron Jones? We're going to go Brian Robinson and Christian Watson. And then I'd probably prefer Alvin Kamara here, assuming that it's a full PPR format. But Barry coming out of the donation, thank you, says, Mason, huge fan, and I'm much older than you. Impossible, my man. Have you not seen these grays? I don't know how old you are, my friend, but I'm a clear 72. I'm pretty sure there's nobody on YouTube older, but advise how to make a better team. 8-2, 16-team league. There's no way in hell you're 8-2 in a 16-team format with no Nick Chubb. No Chubb, Andrews, Kirk. We have Tua, CMC, Mixon, Addison, waiver wire options, Deontay, Gabe, JSN. Which defense, Titans or Denver? We're going to go ahead. We will play the Denver DST, as at least I believe they are favored. It's supposed to be a closer game. This is an unbelievable team. I have no idea how the hell you got this team in a 16-team league. And really, I know it's, boring, but I don't think you really look to make too many trades here with this roster. I think that you're in a very fine position for a 16-team format. Obviously, it's brutal to have the Andrews injury. If you really wanted to go through and if you wanted to sell, say, CMC and get back like a Travis Etienne and Travis Kelce, if you could get back 2 first-round guys because it's a 16-team format and we want a little bit more depth here, that is something that we could do. By no means is it something that we have to do, but we could look at that if you really wanted. But thank you so much. And Victoria coming out saying, starting Gibbs, who else? Are we going to go Montgomery or Mostert? Both running backs are in a great spot in that you have really high scoring offenses here. I probably go Montgomery over Mostert, but they're both, fine plays. Isaac says, do we start Dobbs, Fields, or Kyler? I'm going to go ahead. I will play Kyler. I think that this is going to be a question that we have to continue to ask as the course of the season goes on, especially once we get Jefferson back in. But until we get Jefferson back in, I'm not going to overthink it too much. Jeremy says, super flex. Start 3. We need at least 2 being a running back. Jones, Achane, Mostert, Smith, and Hall. Yeah, we're going to go 3 running backs here. We're going to go Achane, Hall, and probably Mostert. I'd probably go Mostert over Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones only has about 55% of his backfield anyway. So, yeah, Mostert's in a committee. But if we can monopolize those running back touches in Miami, and Vegas sportsbooks have them as the highest scoring offense in the NFL this week, I do like that spot overall. Now, Sebastian says, 10-team full BBR, sit 2, DK, Henry, Terry, Montgomery, and Kenneth Walker. We're going to sit Terry and honestly DK Metcalf. It's always safe to just play the starting running back that has the guaranteed 15 touches, right? Kean says, hey, Mason, full BBR, Singletary or Lockett? Now we're going to go Singletary. Full BBR, it is a little bit tougher. But Zachary says, have BBR. Need 2 receivers and 2 flexes. We have Pollard, Etienne for receivers and a flex. Dell, Ridley, Puka, Amari, Addison, White, and Pacheco. Okay. We're going to go with Puka, wide receiver for sure. I'm going to go Addison with no... I'm going to go Puka, Addison, White, and Pacheco. As long as you are benching Ridley and Amari, I think it's fine. If you wanted to play Dell over one of the running backs or Dell over Addison, completely fine as well. I think we can kind of go back and forth there, to be honest with you. Now, Camo Killer says, have BBR 2 running backs, two receivers, and a flex. We have Brees, Pollard, Swift, Javonte, A.J. Brown, Cup, Nico, Dell, Addison, DJ Moore. Thanks for all you do. No, thank you so much, my friend. Our two running backs, I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Pollard. Yeah, have to do it with how good this matchup is. Then between Brees, Swift, Javonte, all these guys are pretty close. I mean, they're all good options. Might as well just take the guy that's been productive. Might as well just go ahead and take Brees. Our wide receivers, we're going to go A.J. Brown and Cup and not overthink it. And then for our flex, we're not going to overthink it. We're going to go with a 3-down running back as well. Probably just go ahead and play DeAndre Swift. Phenomenal team here, and you have a ton of great options. But let's play the first 3 running backs. Let's play the first 2 wide receivers. But yeah, when in doubt, I'm going with the 3-down running back in the flex spot. I mean, it's, in my mind, hard to go wrong with that plan. Mitchell says 16 PBR. Options are Achane, Javonte, Connor, Hollywood, Moore, Collins. Need to start a running back and 2 flexes. Start any of those over Ayuk, Cup and CMC, wide receiver 1, running back 1. We're going to go Achane at running back. Our 2 flexes, we're going to go Javonte and James Conner. If you wanted to go Hollywood over Connor, not going to fault you if that's given the fact it's a full PPR league. And then no, we're probably not going to start any of those leftover guys over Ayuk. Now, Vince says trade Montgomery Amari for DK at Olave. It's a 10-team half PPR format. Amari to Olave, big time upgrade. Montgomery to DK, downgrade. I mean, if you really needed a wide receiver depth, go for it. Now, St. Cyr says start sit Hockenson or McBride. We're going to go Hockenson, especially even though Jefferson. And then Stroud or Mahomes. We will go Mahomes. MCF says 6-point passing touchdown. Purdy, Fields, or Kyler. We're going to go ahead. We will take Kyler. I think Kyler's a must-start guy this week. Great game environment. Should be a very high-scoring contest. And he has rushing upside. Mark James says, happy BR, Kyler or Herbert. Here it's tougher because we've seen the large sample from Justin Herbert, right? I mean, Herbert has gone out there and he's averaged 21 points per game so far this season. I probably go Herbert, but it's close. You're saying Herbert consensus. Thanks, Austin. Thank you. And yeah, I mean, it's close. It's just like you've seen him average the 20 points per game. So if we've seen him already average that, it's hard to get away from him. Now, Connor says, happy BR, Dak, Kyler, Mixon, Javonte, Pacheco, Ford, Tyreek, Keenan, Sutton, Andrews, Taysom. Should we trade Ford or Pacheco for McBride? Oh, I'd love to trade Ford for McBride. That'd be a no-brainer. In second right now, both have crazy good playoff schedules. I mean, yeah, if you look at Trey McBride, this is someone that has not like a random profile that's like, oh, who's this random guy break? No. I mean, it makes sense that we are getting McBride breakout here. Like, the story does make sense. This was a really good prospect coming out. This is a year 2 breakout. He looks great while doing so. He's commanding volume. I don't think this is a random, to be honest. iShine says, sup vlog, what do you think? Godwin at the Niners or Ridley at home against the Titans? It's an 8-team super flex full PBR league, and we need an upside. I'm on a 2-game losing streak, but I'm in second place, though. We're going to go Godwin over Ridley. I mean, Godwin, at least we've seen the volume all year, where Ridley, my man, has just been so up and down with the target volume that it's really hard to rely on him. I mean, I understand the thought process here, possibly wanted to go through and possibly wanting to get out, but sorry, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think you're in a spot where you really don't have any argument to be made, honestly. To go through and take Ridley. I'm going to go Godwin, but thank you so much for being a long-time member of the flock, my man. You know I'm happy to see you. Now, Frederick says, Ty Chandler or Khalil Herbert need to win. Now that Madison's good to go, I'm going to go Khalil Herbert and set up a prayer that Khalil Herbert is the guy. In reality, I have no idea what the situation is going to look like. He says we have Saquon and Jacobs, Diggs and Keenan. Who should we flex? DK, Montgomery, or Collins? We will go with David Montgomery. I mean, revenge game for Montgomery, plus at the same time, it's a running back, obviously, that is a massive favorite on a team that can run the ball behind a great offensive line. Tayden says 8-team league, triple flex, 1 super flex, full PBR, 16 playoffs, 3 and 7. We have Tua, Geno, had Burrow, Etienne, Madison, James Cook, Khalil, Warren, Chase, Hill, Devontae, Ridley, Watson, JSN. The only reason you're in it is that 16 playoff league. If you could sell Chase and like James Cook and go pivot to a top running back, go get to someone like Jonathan Taylor, go get to someone like Austin Eckler, I think that'd be a no-brainer. But also, it's just tough with this being a super flex format at the same time. Like, for you to lose Joe Burrow, it's going to be significantly tougher to replace him. I'd be more confident with you finding a wide receiver off the waiver wire than a quarterback as well. So if you wanted to try to trade Chase and get to a quarterback, that could be something you look to do. Now, CJ says sit to Puka, Waddle, DJ Moore, Devonta Smith, and Terry McLaurin. I'm going to go with Puka and Jalen Waddle. Mike says full BBR start to Godwin, Hollywood, Madison, Kittle. I'm going to go Hollywood and Madison with Godwin having a very tough matchup. Gabe says PBR, should we start Nico over Aaron Jones in the flex? No, I'm going to go with Aaron Jones, even in a full PPR format where Aaron Jones doesn't look great, but still. But real quick, we're going to have to send this over to the other screen. So just give me 1 second to do this. And as I do, ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. We have live streamed every single day for 206 days in a row, not stopping until 2024. But Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you were ever going to hit that like button, please make sure you do it now. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Russell Wilson special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for tonight's game. But let's move this over to. So our next fish coming out from Jess says 3 and 7. We need 2 flex. Javonte, DJ Moore, Hollywood, and Rashad White. Full BBR, probably go like Javonte and Hollywood, just given Rashad White's horrible matchup against San Fran. L says Stroud or Kyler. We're going to go Stroud and trade Kyler for Chase. If it's a 1 quarterback format, yes. Ebby says Pickens or Deontay for the flex this week. Also, should we trade Hall or ETN for a tight end in skill positional player? We had Andrews. If you trade ETN for Kelsey, then sure, go for it. Nothing less. If you want to trade a Hall for like Hogginson and another running back, you can. And we'll go Deontay over Pickens, my friend. Now, Boomer Nation says full BBR is Mostert a must start. Currently have Eckler, Jacobs, Waddle. Let me know if you change anything. Much love, Flock. Appreciate you, my friend. And I honestly don't change anything here. I think that Mostert's someone that I'd love to start, but you just have a great team. So, I mean, you have the luxury of benching him. Dave says full BBR start to Jones, Achane, Henderson. Is Aaron Jones worth it because of the matchup? Yes, we're going to go Aaron Jones and Achane. Henderson's in a committee as well, but Aaron Jones will have the receiving role. And then also Kyler or Purdy. We will go Kyler over Brock Purdy, my friend. Rich, you happy to see us, says, that time again. Need lineup help. 12-team full BBR. Need a wide receiver 2 and a flex between Dell, Hollywood, White, Sutton, or Addison. Thanks, Mason. Thank you, my friend. Wide receiver 2, I'm going to go Dell. Oh, my gosh. Dell and Addison are just so tough for me now that you have no Jefferson. It was easily Dell when Jefferson was playing. But you remove him from this situation, it is much tougher in my mind. All I will say is bench Sutton, and then it's up to you. Dell, Hollywood, White, and Addison this week are all very close for me. I think the majority of people would tell you to go with Dell and Rashad White because they've been the most productive guys as of late. But as long as we're benching Sutton, I'm good with whatever you decide to do. Now, Eli says, 10-team, full BBR, single flex. Should we start Madison or JSN? Please go Madison. 6 teams tied at 5-5 need a win this week. Oh my gosh, a lot on the line. Good luck, my friend. But yeah, I think you want to go ahead and play Alexander Madison in a very good matchup there over JSN. Now that you do have Tyler Lockett good to go. But Yoshi says 6-4, 12-team double flex. Who to start at quarterback? Fields, Purdy, or Dobbs? We're going to go with Fields. Also, which quarterback would you trade away? Probably Purdy if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format just because he doesn't have the rushing upside. Chubbs of Farman says, can't make a decision. Achane, Barkley, or Debo in the flex. I think Barkley gives you the highest floor. Achane gives you the highest ceiling. I probably go Achane, but if you wanted the floor, you go Barkley. Now, Jamie says, choose 3 in a non-PPR. Barkley, Brian Robinson, Pollard, and Hall. I'm going to go with Barkley, Pollard, and Hall, even though I will say Brian Robinson is in a very appealing spot considering the injuries that we have to, considering the injury that we have to Antonio Gibson and the matchup as well against the Giants. Now, next question coming out from Jamie says, no, we already answered that one. I apologize. Steven says, Sup, Mace, could you rank the team? We have Allen Goff, so we have an elite level quarterback we can play every single week. Kamara, AJ Walker, Gibbs, Chandler, Charbonnet, Spears. So we have an RB1, multiple RB2s that we can rely upon. We have an elite receiver room with Tyreek, Adams, and Garrett Wilson. Yeah, great team. 10-0. I mean, obviously, you know this is a great team if you are 10-0, my friend. You are coming out here just to flex on all of us. Don't fault you for doing so with how good this team is. But yeah, congrats on building a juggernaut here, my friend. I am really happy for you. Now, AW says, sit 1, Ridley, Watson, Rice, Happy BR, all good matchups. Probably going to be benching Watson. It's just tough. I mean, obviously, they're all volatile options. I can't bench Rice, though. Coming out of the bye week, and at the same time, you're going up against the Eagles, who've allowed the most points to opposing receivers. Jack says, Singletary, Javonte. I'm going to go with Javonte relatively easily here with his receiving role compared to Singletary's. Steven says, Mace, forgot to tell you, full BBR at point per carry, 6 points touchdown for everybody. Okay, so half point per carry format. Makes sense why we have 4 startable running backs in that instance. And we have Allen, who's going to rack up rushing attempts as well. That is beautiful, my friend. That is beautiful. Now, Camacho says, Start 2, Kirk, Singletary, Addison. Thank you. Thank you. Probably Kirk and Singletary. If it's a full BBR format, could make an argument for Addison there, though. Lauren says, need to start one at running back, one in the flex. Between Mostert, Adams, and Swift. Who do I say? Thank you so much, Lauren. I think that most people would tell you to go through and bench Raheem Mostert. I just have a very hard time doing this with how good this offense is supposed to be. If you look at my rankings this week, I have Mostert and DeAndre Swift ranked back-to-back. I would probably go Mostert, given the matchup that DeAndre Swift has in the game environment for these two respective players. But as long as you are playing Devontae Adams here. Heinkratz says start 2, PPR. Javonte, Achane, Singletary, and Chandler. I'm going to go with Javonte and Achane in a full PPR format. And everybody that's watching this, just in case you didn't see earlier, Alexander Mattison is going to be playing. I'll give you all updated injury news in about 45 minutes when we get actives and inactives. But Alexander Mattison will be playing, so you cannot start Ty Chandler. Thomas says stash 2, Rondale, Brandon Cooks, Watson, Spears, Dowdle, and Keaton Mitchell. Probably go Christian Watson and Tajee Spears just to see what happens today. And if nothing happens today, then you can maybe pivot back over to Keaton. Luke says bench 1, White, Connor, or Addison. Very close. Probably bench Jordan and Addison. When in doubt, play the running backs with the guaranteed workloads. Rashad White is in a brutal matchup, though. Michael says, happy BR 9-1. We have Stroud, Kamara, Gibbs, Diggs, Waddle, Debo, Kelsey. And then on the bench, Lawrence, Kyler, Mostert, Moss, Hunt, Ferguson, Evans, Higgins. Any suggestions? I don't necessarily think so. I mean, the only thing that I would look into is how long do we hold on to Lawrence, right? I don't want to roster 3 quarterbacks. You're not going to be able to sell Lawrence for anything. I mean, it's just a really tough situation there. And then I really don't know what you can do. We're never starting Lawrence over like Kyler or Stroud. So maybe we sell Kyler or Stroud and then roster, sell Kyler, roster Stroud and Lawrence, or vice versa. I don't know, my friend. Yeah, to be honest with you, I just simply do not know there. Now, 612 says, lost Andrews. Who's better to trade for, Kittle or Laporta? Laporta for sure. Also offered Pollard for Mixon. We have Mixon. Should I take it? I would rather have Pollard over Mixon now that we have the Burrow injury. I mean, I would make that pivot, my friend. Now, Ryan says, 12-team at BBR is 7-3. We have Wilson, Stafford, Eckler, Etienne, Herbert, Henderson, Foreman. Receivers are Thielen, Puka, DJ Moore, Deontay. We need 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. So 1 quarterback league where we lost Andrews Cousins. Picked up Stafford, Wilson, Higbee. Thank you. Thank you. So quarterback, we're going to be going with Matthew Stafford over Zach Wilson. Oh, no, this is Russell Wilson. I'm an idiot. We're still probably go Stafford. Go Stafford. Running back, Eckler, Etienne. Receiver, we're going to be going Puka and DJ Moore with Thielen in a really tough matchup. And then for the flex, doesn't matter. We're going to play Thielen anyway. Just have to lower expectations a bit with Thielen, given how bad the spot is going up against Dallas. Now, VK says, can't believe I'm asking this, but am I sitting Pollard? Next best guy to put in is DK Metcalf or Deontay Johnson. Not in this matchup. You have to go ahead. And I don't have Tony Pollard really on any of my teams. So I hope I'm wrong. But in reality, I think that Tony Pollard is still going to be a must-start guy here. So, yeah, I mean, start Pollard going up against Carolina, and he has a guaranteed workload and a great offense. Chris says, have BBR 100% starting Barkley, Singletary, Chase, Lamb. Pick 2 for the flex, Henderson, Dell, Puka. And can you petition Underdog to do plus minus half a fantasy point for special pickups in states like Colorado? I will ask. Obviously, Underdog has to work with regulators and everything, so it is all above my head, and sadly, I'm probably not going to be able to do much for you if I'm going to be completely honest, my friend. But anyway, between Henderson, Dell, Puka, I think we have to go ahead. We have to do Dell and Puka. I mean, with Henderson, the thing is, yeah, you get Stafford coming back in, so it's going to be a much better offense again. But ultimately, the issue at the end of the day is you're still in a spot where you're splitting with Royce Freeman. Henderson's not a great talent to begin with, so I don't know, if we should be excited about him in a vacuum anyway. And Press says, have BBR sit 1, Saquon Evans or Tank Dell. I'm going to sit Mike Evans with how tough his matchup is. Mr. Blackbearder says, full BBR, start 2. K. Dotton, Donald Parham, or Zach Charbonnet. Cheers. Cheers, my friend. I'm going to go Donald Parham and Zach Charbonnet with no Gerald Everett and with K. Dotton having that tough matchup against San Fran. Dylan says, good morning. We have 2 quick ones for you. 12-team BBR. We need 1 for the flex, Connor or McBride. We're going to go Connor, even though McBride does look like a top 5 tight ends. Lost Andrews, so I'm down some points, so maybe we should look for upside. And then Mahomes or Dak. Thanks again, brother. Appreciate you, as always, my friend. And we are going to go Mahomes over Dak Prescott. I mean, with Dak, you're going up against Carolina. I mean, Carolina's actually not allowed a ton of passing volume, and just the reason is there's no shootout potential, right? I mean, they're just going to steamroll them. What is the spread with this game again? Ten and a half, 11 points. I honestly kind of figured it'd maybe be a little bit bigger than that. This is a side note. I just thought it's hard to take advantage. I mean, it's hard to really appreciate while we have it. But the football season's here, ladies and gentlemen. We get to talk matchups. We get to watch football today. 2 months from now, fantasy football's done skis, Which is so damn sad to think about. We got about 6 weeks left of fantasy football. We're well over halfway. And this is my last season too. I don't know if I told y'all this, but I'm retiring after this year. So hopefully we can crush. Obviously I'm joking. We're not retiring, but still very sad that we only have 6 weeks left. Michael says Waddle, Adams, Barkley, pick 1 for the flex. We're going to go ahead. We will play Saquon Barkley, just given the guaranteed role that we have, even if he has cap ceiling. Tyler says, hey Mason, happy NFL Sunday. Happy Sunday, my friend. Are we going to go Godwin or Deontay Johnson? Both wide receivers, horrible, horrible matchups. I will go Godwin, though. Jay says 12-team PBR, no tight end, double flex. Can't decide between Herbert or Kyler. I'm going to go Herbert over Kyler. I mean, if you really want to go Kyler, not going to fault you with how good his spot is. Also, McBride in the flex over Jalen Warren or Khalil Herbert. Yeah, I would start McBride over both those guys. I'd rank a McBride, Warren, then Khalil Herbert last. But yeah, typically I'd say never go through and play anybody there at... Never play a tight end in the flex, but I mean, if it's freaking Jalen Warren going up against Cleveland and Khalil Herbert, where we have no idea what his role is going to be like, yeah, I wouldn't fault you at all for going through and playing someone in the flex under those circumstances. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Talent says, 10-team, 6-4, full PPR. Sorry, just 1 second. So 10-team, 6-4, full PPR, 6 point per passing touchdown. We have Hurts, Fields, Kyler, Bijan, Montgomery, Saquon, Najee, and wide receiver Diggs, Amon-Ra, Hopkins, Olave, Hockenson, Hill. Who do we start in any trades in quarterbacks? That blah, blah, blah. So yeah, I mean, obviously we're going to sell a quarterback here if we have Fields, Kyler, and Hurts. I mean, I'd love to go through and I'd love to see if we could sell in a full PPR format, say like Justin Fields and David Montgomery, Kyler Murray and David Montgomery, and go get to Travis Etienne, go get to Jonathan Taylor, go get to someone in that range. I think that'd be an absolute no-brainer here for this team. And then running back, we're going to start Montgomery, Saquon. Wide receiver, we're going to go Diggs, Amon-Ra. For the flex, we will have to go with DeAndre Hopkins. And then quarterback, we are going to be starting Jalen Hurts, despite the tough matchup against the Chiefs here. Now, Peyton says 14-team full PPR. Godwin or Curtis for the flex. We are going to go Godwin. No Instagram says, hey, Mason, need a flex spot, Moore or Singletary? Let's go ahead and let's play DJ Moore, full PPR format, non-PPR Singletary. Probably Singletary regardless, to be honest. Yada Yada Film says, have PPR Singletary, Brian Robinson. I'm going to go with Brian Robinson with the Gibson injury. And then Adams or Nico. I'm going to go Devontae Adams there, my friend. Wolin says 10-team full PPR 6-4. We have Fields, Saquon, Madison, McBride, Moore, Wilson, Kupp, Tyreek. And then on the bench, Addison, Warren, Chuba, Komet, Kyler. Do I need to make a move for an RB2 if I want to be competitive down the stretch? I mean, I would like it, right? The question is like, can we afford it? I mean, if you wanted to sell a quarterback and Alexander Madison just to go see if we can get a running back upgrade that way, that would probably be what you have to do. I don't know if you'd be super excited about it. But that would probably be the move. Or unless, I mean, if Addison has a big night tonight, I mean, especially with everybody watching Sunday Night Football, then maybe we could go ahead and maybe we can move Jordan Addison. Dave says Aaron Jones for McBride and Stroud. Just lost Burrow. We have Henry, Taylor, Etienne, Schultz, and Ferguson. If you lost Burrow and Ferguson is our starting tight end, yes, give me McBride and Stroud there. Now, Big Route says, Morning Mason, we have Etienne, Kirk, Collins, McBride, and Mostert playing. The bench, we have Amari, Swift, Rice, Khalil Anderson. Any changes? So, I mean, if we were to change anything, it'd be to get DeAndre Swift in here. I mean, would we start Swift over Etienne, Mostert? Probably not, right? So honestly, probably keep it as is. If you wanted to change something, it would be getting in Swift, though. Spencer says, hey, are we going to go Nico or Thielen today? We're going to go Nico Collins, given his game environment in comparison to I mean, Adam Thielen, really tough matchup against Dallas. But full PBR, thanks. No, thank you. Jose, always happy to see you. Let me go ahead and make you a moderator, my man. Thank you for being out here with us for so long. And if you're a moderator, don't have to do anything if you don't want to. But if you do see someone spamming the chat over and over again, you can tell them, hey, knock it off. And if they don't, you could hit put user in timeout and I'll mute them for like 5 seconds. But that's just if they're like copying and pasting the same question obnoxiously. But should we trade Jefferson and Warren for Jacobs or Olave and Mostert for Jefferson? The team is Herbert, JT, Cook, Sutton, Waddle, Hubbard, Kincaid, Goddard, Dell, Higgins, JSN, Warren, and Jefferson. So obviously, this team needs Jefferson back in. I mean, we need some quality starters that we can go out there and actually play. Now, with that being said, I mean, like, I would rather have Jefferson over Warren. I'm sorry, Jefferson over Jacobs relatively easily. Jefferson versus Olave and Mostert. I probably prefer Jefferson as well. I understand where you'd be coming from with your team and why a move like this would potentially make sense. I'd possibly just want to extract a little more value. I mean, it's just so frustrating with Jefferson missing another week because also you're going to have to deal with the Jefferson bye week in a few weeks. But you have to deal with the Olave bye week now anyway. So it's very frustrating. I think we probably hold on to Jefferson and operate under the assumption that he will be back next week, though. But again, I said that last week, so I'm an idiot and probably shouldn't listen to me. But we're going to have to move this over to the other screen just for a second here so we can bring up these other ones. And as I do this, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code Flock, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Russell Wilson special pick'em, more than less than half a total yards. Make sure you are taking advantage of that. But our next question coming out here from Compton Ace. Happy to see you as always. And we are going to have to fix this for you. I apologize. Says, hey Mason, what's up? We're 9-1 in a 14-team at BBR double flex. Any moves? We have Mahomes, Swift, Gibbs, Evans, Dell, Pacheco, Kyron, McBride, Rasheed, Hopkins, Deontay Musgrave, Keaton Mitchell, and Romeo Doubs. So 14-team double flex league, depth's going to matter a little bit more. Obviously, it's a great team being 9-1 here, especially as we pick up McBride. I mean, we have the wide receiver depth. I actually look to hold guys like Hopkins and Deontay Johnson specifically in this format. So honestly, no, I think it's a very good team. I think that you're probably sitting on your hands waiting until we get Kyron Williams back in. I mean, I will say, obviously, we're starting DeAndre Hopkins this week, with this being a pretty good matchup. Pretty good spot for Hopkins, where you have no Treylon Burks and just the guaranteed target volume, right? Okay. Now, our next is coming out from Dylan, says 18 PBR, need 2 receivers in a flex. Waddle, Dell, Garrett Wilson, Smith, James Cook. Also, we could pick up Sutton or Ford off waivers. So our 2 wide receivers are going to be going with Waddle and Garrett Wilson. And then for our flex, probably going to go Devonta Smith here. I think most people would go Dell over Smith, and I wouldn't fault you if you wanted to do that, though. But don't pick up Sutton. Now, Manuel says, start Madison, Chandler, Myers, or JSN in the flex. We'll go Madison now that he's going to go in a very good matchup. Brazy says, PBR, we have Hurts, start 2, Puka, Smith, Dell, Terry. I'm going to go Puka and Smith regardless if we had Hurts or not. I think a lot of people would go Dell over Smith, though. I just like Smith with no Goddard. Alex says, start 2, HN, Puka, Tank, Dell. I'm going to go HN and Puka. I really like Tank Dell this week. It's just hard for me to get him in over someone like Puka, who should be in the highest scoring offense in the NFL. I don't know. That's like a tough ask in my mind. And now Dad Tim says, rate the dynasty trade. It's a 2-quarterback league. Dell in a late first for Richardson in a third. My receivers are Lamb, Chase, Brown. My quarterbacks are Kyler and Sam Howell. I think obviously this deal that if it is truly a late first, you'd rather have Anthony Richardson in the long term, but you are hurting yourself and competing right away. So a little bit of an interesting one. Probably prefer Richardson though. Dustin says 12-team PPR, Fields or Sam Howell. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Justin Fields and then bench one, Javonte Barkley, Montgomery, or James Conner. Probably going to be benching James Conner here just this week, even though I do like Conner rest of season for sure. And I like him this week as well. It's tough crowd to go through and play over. Now, Matt says, good morning, Flock. Can you help me bench one of these studs today between Evans, Mostert, Puka, and Metcalf? It is brutal, and I know you probably don't want to hear it, and I don't want to say it out loud because I'm going to sound like an idiot at the end of the day today, but I personally want to go through and I probably want to bench Mike Evans. Evans has been crushing it. Evans has been phenomenal. But the issue with Mike Evans is he's going cross country to play the 49ers. Like, this should be a very difficult spot. Now, Jesus says 4 and 6. We have Jones, Hall, the Lions RBs, Ayuk and Puka starting. We have DK and Hollywood on the bench. What are you thinking? Honestly, leave it as is. Then you're to be in a good spot with these Lions backs. And yeah, I mean, you're starting 4 running backs that all have a ton of upside. So I think you're a really good team. I don't think we change anything. Jeremy says start 2, Tyreek, Puka, Devonta Smith. We're going to go Tyreek and Puka. I think Puka's the must-start guy now that Stafford's 100%. Now, Torrin says PBR, need an RB2 and a flex. Waddle, Swift, or Hall. Full PBR format, I go Waddle and Hall with the tough matchup for Swift. With Waddle, obviously, as we've said a million times now, being in that Miami offense where we want to start as many players as we possibly can. Now, Dave says full PBR start 2. Jones, H.N., Derrick Henry, and then Aaron Jones for the matchup over Henry. We're for sure going to go through and start Devon H.N. If we're looking at Henry versus Aaron Jones, if it is a full PBR format, you can go Jones. If it was a half PBR, non-PBR league, I'd say you probably want to go Henry. Full PBR league, go Jones. Now, Phoenix Lance says, thoughts on Singletary this week in a full PBR. Feels weird to sit him after last game, but we have Henry, Pollard, HN already in. So I'm in agreement with you. I think we keep it as is. And the issue with Singletary is he's not being involved as a receiver whatsoever in this offense. Now, with that being said, I really am rooting for Devin Singletary here. I mean, Devin Singletary is a running back that I drafted a lot of in Underdog basketball drafts. Honestly, hindsight being 2020, it was probably a mistake, and I probably just got extremely lucky for Devin Singletary to provide us this kind of value late in the season. So I'm rooting for him, and I really hope that I am going to be wrong here, but ultimately, it's hard for me to be starting like Singletary over someone like Pollard at this point. Momo says 12-team PBR double flex. Tua, Purdy, we're going to go Tua. Hill, Lamb, Ayuk, Dell. We're going to go Hill and Lamb. White, Swift, Hall. We're going to be going with Swift and Hall. Komet, McBride. We're going to go McBride. And then for the 2 flex spots, we are going to be going with DeAndre Swift. We're going to be going with Rashad White and Brandon Ayuk. And then for you have Kamara on bye as well. This is a nutso team. And then for the defense between Philly and Los Angeles, even if Philly is the better defense, probably want to play Los Angeles so we don't have to go up against Mahomes. Williams says, full BBR, we need 2 receivers and a flex. Puka, Debo, Amari, Hollywood, Lockett, Pacheco, and Godwin. We're going to go with Puka, Debo, wide receiver. And then for the flex, it's either going to be Hollywood or Pacheco, and that is going to be up to you. Full BBR format, probably Hollywood. McGundy says Chandler, Spears, Chuba, or Card for RB2. I'm assuming you meant Charbonnet, maybe. We're going to go Chuba there, but not excited about it. Diego says start Mostert or Javonte. I'm going to go with, honestly, I think Javonte now in a full PBR format, now that Etienne's fully good to go. And I mean, if you look at the underdog pick'ems, they have like Javonte at 91.5 total yards. And then Goff or Kyler. I'm going to go Kyler. Steve says Tank, Thielen, Devonta Smith, Hollywood Brown. We got to start two. I think I'm going to go Smith and Tank Dell. Now, Funk says need a flex, Henderson, Pickens, Ridley, or JSN. I'm going to go Darrell Henderson. Now, Tavo says start two, Singletary, Brian Robinson, Achane, and Javonte Williams. I'm going to go with Devon Achane, and honestly, Brian Robinson, Javonte, really close. I think it is up to you. If we officially have no Gibson, I think you go Brian Robinson. If Gibson plays, I think you go Javonte. Matt says start two, Henry, Javonte, or Wilson. You're the best. Appreciate you, my friend. Full BBR format, we're going to go Garrett Wilson. Non-BBR league, I think you go with Javonte. Okay, and then this was our last question until we can pull back up on the other screen. So let me get to the other screen here. Get y'all a little bit better view. User 69 coming out saying Chuba, Hopkins, or Ridley for the flex this week. I'm going to go with DeAndre Hopkins. I mean, you have no Treylon Burks, missed with a concussion. Chuba Hubbard, you have is in a really, really tough matchup against the Cowboys. Steven says, should we start Goff over Allen, even though you get points per carry? No, I'm going to go Josh Allen for sure. Jet Stevens made Allen look bad. You get 1 point per completion as well. I mean, you got to start Allen every single week. I understand that, yes, the Jets defense is about the toughest matchup you could possibly ask for, but no, don't overthink it. Please just go Allen. Comp today says Evans, Kyron, or Evans, Pacheco for Lamb. Yeah, I would take CeeDee Lamb there relatively easily, to be honest with you. Yeah, I think we for sure want CeeDee Lamb there. Okay. Now, next question coming out from here. Just 1 second. I apologize. Root Dog says Pollard, Brees, or Achane. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Devon Achane. Want as many pieces of Miami as we can get. Let's fire him up. Space Ghost says pick two PBR. Waddle, Ridley, Nico, Hollywood, and Garrett Wilson. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Waddle and Garrett Wilson now that Wilson is fully good to go. Jonathan says pick two, full BBR, Nico, Sutton, and Singletary. I'm going to go Nico and Singletary, expecting the touchdown rate to come down for Sutton. Now, Sheck says full BBR, pick a flex. Javonte or Sutton? Javonte. I'm starting Holland, Aaron Jones, Adams, Evans, need eye upside after the Chase dud. Also, Kyler or Russ in a 6-point passing touchdown format. We will go Kyler Murray, my friend. CeeLo says, rate the team, 12-team BBR. We have Allen, Eckler, Jacob, Smith, Flowers, Lockett, Thomas, Montgomery. And then on the bench, Fields, Fournette, Judy, Watson, and Njoku. We need some trade advice. I mean, if you have Allen and Fields, maybe you want to go through and see what we can get for one of these quarterbacks. Like if you wanted to send Justin Fields and say Flowers and see if you can go get a stud wide receiver for the starting lineup, I mean, you can afford to do it, right? It just depends. Like, what will that Joe Burrow owner give us for Justin Fields? I'm assuming they'd pay a considerable amount. At least if I was the Burrow owner, I would. Angel says, at BBR, should we offer McBride and Collins for Olave? If you have another viable tight end, like if you have Kincaid, if you have Kelsey, if you have Hawkinson, go for it. McBride is top 5 tight end rest of season, or pretty damn close to it. Now, Raj says, have PBR Hunt or Foreman. I'm going to go with Deonta. Oh my gosh. It's brutal because you don't know if Foreman, like what his role's going to be. Oh my gosh. I'd probably go ahead. I'd probably take Foreman. Is at least there's an outside chance he is the starting running back there. We just simply don't know. But it's close. It's close. That's tough. Now, Javier says, full BBR, start one, flex one. Swift, Montgomery, Debo. I'm going to go with Montgomery and Swift. They are close, though. They are close in a full PBR format. Rob says, have BBR, pick a receiver and a flex. Evans, Metcalf, Mostert, Walker, Dotson. Wide receiver, I'm going to go Metcalf. Flex, I'm going to go with Mostert or Walker. If you wanted to go Walker over Mostert, not going to fault you. Traded Etienne 4 downs for Amon-Ra Stevenson, Khalil. We kept JT, Jefferson, Keenan, and Walker. Okay, yeah, 4 to Stevenson upgrade, Etienne to Amon-Ra, slight downgrade, downs to Khalil, who cares? So, I mean, I think it makes sense. Bullish Knife says 2 questions. Start Kenneth Walker or Singletary. I'm going to go Kenneth Walker, my friend. And start Hopkins or Rashee Rice. We're going to go Hopkins, even though Rashee Rice, I'm excited to see what he does this week. Fungi Chunk says start Khalil Herbert, JSN, or Dalton Schultz for the flex in a full PPR league. Oh my gosh. It's crazy to say, but if there's an outside chance Deonta Foreman's the starting running back in Chicago and it's a full PPR format, I'm probably just going to go ahead. I'm probably just going to take Schultz, to be honest. Now, Zane says start 2, Barkley, Hall, Warren, and Achane. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Achane. For sure, bench Warren. It's either Barkley or Hall. I think we'll probably go Barkley. It's close. Mike says flex Waddle or Tank. We're for sure going to go Waddle. Anonymous says happy BR Myers, Watson, Charbonnet. We got to pick 2. I'm going to go with the receivers. And thoughts for rest of season? If we're picking rest of season, we're going to go Watson, Charbonnet because I think Charbonnet has higher ceiling if Walker were to get injured. Obviously, it's just difficult to know with Walker healthy this week. Benjamin says 7-3 PBR 12-team league. Trade Mostert and Evan Ingram for Jefferson. Yes, sir, I would go ahead and make this move. Augustin says 1 running back, 1 flex, Achane, Breece, and Waddle. I'm going to go with Achane and Breece, even though I'd love to get Waddle in. Eric says, Mason, need this win badly. Happy BR league. Fields or Goff? We're going to go Fields. Evans, Dell, or Kirk? I'm going to go Dell. Latavius or Royce because everybody's on bye. That is brutal, my friend. I'm assuming we have no Leonard Fournette this week, right? They really did just sign Leonard Fournette for the practice squad, which I was not expecting at all. I was expecting Fournette to come in and kind of take the Damian Harris role. Let me go ahead and search Fournette real quick. Yeah, I don't see anything about Leonard Fournette being active. So you can. This is a valid question in that case. I think you can go ahead. And you can take Latavius if you really wanted to. Yeah, let's go. Oh my gosh. Let's go Latavius over Royce. Like, what's the upside of Royce Freeman? You can also say, well, Mason, what's the upside of Latavius? That'd be a very, very fine argument, and I wouldn't have a good answer for that one. But let's go ahead. Let's move this over. And we got 10 minutes till we have some pretty serious injury updates, ladies and gentlemen. Brandon says, Addison, Barkley, Wilson, Connor. We need to start. We need a W. We got to start too. We're going to be going with Saquon Barkley and Garrett Wilson, my friend, assuming it's a PPR league. Now, our next question coming out from Johnny says, start to non-PPR. Sutton, Cook, Addison, Hunt, Rice, Happy Football Sunday. I'm going to go with Addison and James Cook. Now that Fournette's not going to go, and neither is Justin Jefferson. Let's go Addison and James Cook. And they both have touchdown upside as well, which is what we're primarily focused in on in a non-PPR format, of course. Okay. Now, Yamil says, PBR 12-team league, start one receiver. Deontay Cooks, Romeo, or pick up Watson, Reed, Rondale, Judy. 4-5 record. Need to win all out. Thanks. Thank you. I'm going to go with Deontay at wide receiver. And we're not going to be picking up any of those options off the waiver wire. It's brutal. Deontay Johnson, really bad offense, really bad matchup. But at least you will get cheap reception volume with Deontay. Elijah says 10-team full BBR. Need one with the bye week and injury. We have to start Spears, Ty Chandler. We're going to go Spears. And then start Schultz, Hopkins, Rice, or Nico at the flex. We will go Nico, especially with no Noah Brown, my friend. Now, Greeno says 12-team dynasty PBR 1-6. We have, 6-4. I'm an idiot. Herbert, Andrews, A.J. Brown, Waddle, Higgins, Hopkins, Swift, Ramondre Cook, Madison, Warren, Spears. Should we pick up Likely or Dolchich? We're going to go Likely. And then trade Cook for McBride, Kittle, or Evening. I would love to trade James Cook for Trey McBride. Trade James Cook for Trey McBride in Dynasty. I don't think this is a random thing. Trey McBride breaking out. I think McBride is here to stay. In Dynasty, that would be beautiful. That'd be beautiful. Now, Lee says full BBR pick 2, Swift, Singletary, Thielen, Laporta. I'm going to go with Swift and Singletary, my friend. John says, don't play like that. We need your knowledge, bruv. Yeah, I mean, we'd never retire, my friend. I will say, next year, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to admit this. I don't know if I'll be able to commit to live streaming 250 days in a row again. Every year we stream for 200 days in a row. I'm turning into an old man. It's making me bald. So next year, I probably will do something different with the streams. I think we can still do 2 videos a day. That's easily manageable. But in terms of especially earlier in the year, we were streaming a ridiculous 6-ish hours. It was absurd. And I don't know if it's reasonable to continue to do going forward. I don't know. I don't know how long I can keep that up. Comp today says Hopkins or Evans. Tough call, my friend. I mean, Evans, tough matchup. Underdog is Hopkins is the better guy this week. No Burks. I think that they are honestly kind of back and back. If you look at my rankings, we have we have Evans ahead of him, but it is tough. Now, Younglock says, Sup, Mason, we just traded Godwin for Jake since we lost Andrews. What are your thoughts? Honestly, I think Jake Ferguson's nothing special. I think you kind of could have got that off the waiver wire. And should we start Henry or Hollywood this week? We're going to go Henry. Other receivers are Diggs, Adams, Mixon, and Eckler. Also, should we trade Mixon? Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to trade Mixon, you can. The question is, what does that deal look like? Because the issue is, okay, well, we lost Andrews, so we have to sell some of our wide receiver depth to go plug that hole. And then, how much firepower do we have left over to go through and, package with Mixon to pivot over to someone we're a little more excited about? Now, Toxic Mix says, Happy BR, we need a bench 1. Pollard, Brian Robinson, Hall. Feel like every time I bench Brian Robinson, I regret it, and Pollard's inefficiency is killing me. Completely understand where you're coming from. Both running backs have good matchups. I am playing Tony Pollard over Brian Robinson this week. If you look at the underdog pick'ems, they have both running backs at even odds to score a touchdown, but you do have Tony Pollard at about 91.5 total yards for his underdog pick'em. Just in my mind, it's kind of difficult to get away from Tony Pollard, to be honest. It's like, ultimately, it's a running back that's in the best matchup you could ask for going up against the Carolina Panthers. He's getting involved as a receiver. Dowdle's banged up. I think you got to play him. Steve says, hey, Mason, got to sit one. Puka, Waddle, Evans. We're going to sit Evans, given the matchup against San Fran. Jim Bin says, Buffalo or Detroit's DST. We're going to go Buffalo's DST. And then pick 2 to start. Rashee Rice, Nico Collins, or Saquon. Thanks, Mason. Appreciate you, my friend. We're going to go Nico and Saquon Barkley. Rashee Rice, definitely exciting. And I want to see what we get this week with him coming out of the bye week. Typically, out of a bye, you'd expect your guys to be a little bit more appealing. Or, I'm sorry, a little bit more exciting overall. Especially, the rookie wide receivers, not just your guys in general. I'm sorry. And then also you have a great matchup against Philly, but no, you can't play him over Nico or Saquon. But we're going to have to go ahead. We are going to have to swing this over to the other page so we can keep answering these. And as I do this, please, if you have not done so already, ladies and gentlemen, go down there, hit that like button. We've been live at this point for over 3 hours. We're going to be live streaming every single day until 2024. So if you have somehow not done so already, hit that like button. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. And of course, if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, and a Russell Wilson special pick'em, more than less than half a total yards. Make sure you are taking advantage of that, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so let's move this over. Our next question coming out from, I believe, Izzy, who says, how are we feeling about Amari? Amari is someone that you have to bench. If you look at the underdog pick'ems this week, they have Amari Cooper currently at 42.5 receiving yards. Horrendous offense. One of the worst offenses in the NFL. I want literally nothing to do with it. Now, Chris says, panic mode, full PPR. Connor, White, Singletary. Pacheco, Pollard, Chandler. Starting 2 receivers in the flex is Diggs, Puka, McBride, Dak, or CJ. So if we're looking at this, I'm going to go CJ over Dak just because I think the game environment is going to be a little more conducive to them having to throw the ball. Running back, we're going to be going with Connor and Singletary. No, I'm sorry. We're going to go Connor. No, we're going to go Pollard and Connor. And then for the flex, I will play Pacheco over McBride. Like I really like McBride. I think he is the top 5 tight end. I don't know if we can be putting him over the flex over a 3-down back, though. Now, that boy OD says start McBride or Kincaid this week. I'm going to go Kincaid, but it's very... Actually, no, let's go McBride. Underdog has it as McBride. We have these guys ranked back-to-back. It is up to you. Colton says non-BBR double flex. Pick one. for the flex. Kincaid, JSN, Chandler. We will go flex a tight end there. We'll go Kincaid. Anthony says, Yo, Mason, need your advice. Have BBR. Pick one. Cooks, Pickens, Johnson, Komet, or Zay Jones. Thanks and have a good one. Thank you. We will go ahead and we are going to be playing Brandon Cooks and setting up a prayer that we get a long touchdown. Not expecting the same week as last week, though. I mean, really hard to expect that when the guy's been averaging like 4 targets per game outside of it. But Flock Soldier says, Soka Morans, start one. Ridley, Hopkins, Pickens in a half PPR format. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to start Hopkins, especially with no Treylon Burks. Nick says, full PPR, Kareem or Robert Woods. We add Justin Jefferson. I will go Kareem Hunt and send up a prayer that he's going to be finding the end zone. Obviously, it is hard to assume that will happen, but there's the outside chance. There's the outside chance, my friend. Now, going over to our next question here. 8-2. Sorry, 1 second. 8-2. Should we trade Etienne for Kyron in a first-round pick? Current roster is Mahomes, Jefferson, Diggs, Eckler, Pollard, Waddle, Schultz, White, Godwin. I think it depends where that first round. I'm assuming this is a dynasty league, right? I think it depends on where that first round pick is going to end up. If it is an early first and it's a super flex league, I think you probably take Kyron in the first. However, if it's a mid to late first and you're going to look to win right now, I mean, Travis Etienne's going to help you win right now. And Etienne's still on his rookie contract. It's not like Etienne's complete dust after the season. Jaden says, Schultz or Amari in the flex. I will go Schultz over Amari, as crazy as it sounds. Geezy says, good morning, GOAT. Who should we start, CJ or Dak? I'm going to go CJ Stroud because I think that they are going to have to throw the ball a little bit more than what you'll have in Dallas. Now, Frobro says, start sit, too many same tier wide receivers, Eckler, Barkley, Adams, Amon-Ra, Ingram, Dell. And then on the bench, we have Nico, Amari, Myers, Higgins, Kyron. Pick up James Conner, Singletary, or Hollywood. I mean, if you have James Conner down there on the waiver wire, hell yeah, I'd cut Jacoby Myers in a heartbeat. Go pick up James Conner. I mean, if I was starting, I keep the starting lineup the same, but I mean, just in terms of long-term outlook, I think that would be a nice play. But honestly, you're in a very good situation where I don't necessarily think that you need to go out there and make a move like that. But I mean, it couldn't hurt to go for it, right? Now, next switch coming out from, I believe, Austin says, happy Sunday, Mason. 5-5 in a 12-team full BBR league. Which 2 out of these 3 receivers are you sitting this week? Waddle, Metcalf, or Dell? AJ Brown's my wide receiver 1. I will play Waddle and Metcalf over Dell, but it's very close. Make sure you play Waddle. If you wanted to play Dell over Metcalf, I wouldn't fault you for it, to be honest. Okay, now Wavy says, full BBR start 2, Saquon, Walker, Brian Robinson. I'm going to go with Saquon and Brian Robinson. If Gibson misses, if Gibson plays, we'll go with Walker over. We'll go with Walker instead. But Evan says, have BBR 10-team league, 5-5, start 1, Kincaid, Amari, and James Cook. I will go ahead and we'll take James Cook if you have no Leonard Fournette, Kincaid if Fournette plays. Trent says, we have tough decisions today. Brian Robinson, Walker, Singletary, McLaurin, Dell. Started running back, wide receiver, and a flex. We already have Gibbs and St. Brown. Running back, we're going to be going with Brian Robinson, assuming no Gibson. Wide receiver, we're going to be going Dell. And then for the flex, we will go Kenneth Walker. But I'm Gucci Upolo is going to be our next question here. We can actually swing that back around to the other screen. So give me 1 second, though. Let me go pee. And we're also going to be looking at all the injury updates, actives, inactives, should be out, and we'll cover all those right now. Okay, let me go ahead and pull these up, ladies and gentlemen. So our main things that we had early this morning, right? You had Alexander Madison being good to go, which was a little bit of a surprise for me. But now we have Pat Frymuth officially active this week, which is really exciting for my best ball teams. From a DFS perspective, maybe it matters. But from a real, from your shallow redraft league, you're never going to care about Frymuth being active. Make sure you roster him, but you're not going to start him. Zay Jones is active as well, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to make a little bit of a difference here if you're looking at these guys in Jacksonville. Deonta Foreman is active. Rico Dowdle is active. Noah Brown is inactive. And a report came out 24 minutes ago. Jefferson remains out week 11, quote unquote, might not play week 12. The Vikings have a bye week in week 13. So whenever I was saying earlier in this live stream, I'm assuming that Justin Jefferson is good to go next week. This is a perfect example of yours truly being an idiot, and you probably shouldn't listen to him. Report here saying Jefferson may end up missing next week. Okay. Rappaport, Jets to give more looks to younger players in week 11, such as Izzy, Xavier Gibson, blah, blah, blah. A bunch of players you don't need to be worried about. Aaron Rodgers eyeing a week 16 return. Jets will need to be in the AFC playoff race. Their next 4 weeks at the Bills, against the Dolphins, Falcons, Texans, Dolphins. Falcons game, very reasonable. Outside of that, will be tough. Keenan Allen going to be fully good to go. Devon Achane fully good to go. And yeah, really nothing outside of that. Desmond Ridder going to be starter for Atlanta, but we already covered that. So, a decent amount to look at there with injuries, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully that was able to help you out. And let's get these back up. And as I pull these back up, if you have not done so already, ladies and gentlemen, hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We have live streamed every single day since April, 206 days in a row, not missing a day until 2024. And if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% a positive match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, and a Russell Wilson special pick'em tonight, more than less than half a total yard. But I'm Gucci Polos, the Sub Mason. Need to start two: Godwin, Addison, and Devin Singletary. I'm going to go Addison and Singletary with the tough matchup for Godwin. Big Omi says, I'm 4-7, happy BR 10-team league. We need this win. Fields, Dobbs, we're going to go Fields. Hall, Singletary, Brian Robinson, we're going to go Brian Robinson. St. Brown, Kirk, Dell, we're going to go Kirk. Flex, Singletary, Kirk, Dell, Brian Robinson. Okay, so like we said, we are starting St. Brown, Kirk, Hall, Robinson. Really, for the flex, it's going to come down for me. Are we going to go with the Texans running back or the Texans receiver? Are you starting Tank Dell or Devin Singletary? Personally, I don't know in a half PBR format, non-PBR league. I think it's an easy spot to say go Singletary, full PBR, go Dell. I think Singletary has higher floor. Dell has higher ceiling. So maybe it depends on what you need on that front, my friend. Jason says McBride or Ingram. Excited about both. We will go McBride. Yamil says full PBR start Ferguson, Spears, Dobbs, Hunt, or Cook. I'm going to go James Cook, my friend. FT says, who do we flex PBR? Aaron Jones, DK, or Singletary? Full PBR format, probably going to go with DK Metcalf, but it's close. Hanson says, full PBR, Nico, Mostert, and Tyler Lockett. I will go ahead. I will take Mostert given the game environment that we have. I'll say Nico Collins definitely appealing in this range. I can make a strong argument for Nico Collins, especially in a full PPR format where we have no Noah Brown. Now, C40 Blaze is full BBR. Dak or Stroud. I'm going to go Stroud. 2 running backs, 2 receivers, and a flex. Jacobs, Javonte, Mostert, Brian Robinson, Tyreek Smith, McLaurin. Who do we put in the flex spot? So running back, we're going to go Jacobs, Mostert, or Jacobs, Javonte, full PPR. Tyreek Smith, and we're going to go Mostert. So play Jacobs, Javonte, Mostert, Tyreek, Devonta Smith. And if you wanted to make a swap, we'd go Brian Robinson over Javonte, depending on the Gibson news. Now, Eli says, full BBR start 2 running backs, a receiver, 2 flex. Gibbs, Javonte, Montgomery, DK, Dell, Puka, Terry. Running backs, we're going to be going with the Detroit guys. Our wide receiver, we're going to go with Puka. And then our flex, we're going to go Javonte and DK. So we're going to be benching Dell and Terry. I would really like to get Dell in, but it's just tough when we have a team that good. Sam says we have HN, Kyron, Bijan. We need an RB2. Who to start between Chandler or pick up Chuba, Foreman, or Hunt off the waiver wire? I would rather go ahead and play Chuba Hubbard. And that if you look at Chuba, this is a running back that is at least the starter. It's a brutal matchup. It's a brutal offense. You're not super excited about it, but you do have the guaranteed workload at the minimum. Now, Score Papa says 18 full BBR. We have Lamar, Eckler, Bijan, Montgomery, and HN. Receivers are Kupp, Diggs, Lamb, Laporta. How are we looking for the playoffs? Also, with Bijan on bye, do we start Montgomery or HN? I'm going to go HN over Montgomery, my friend. And I think you're in a great spot. Obviously, all teams in an 18 league are going to look great. But if it's a full BBR format, if you wanted to see if we could sell like Montgomery and Laporta and pivot to like Kelsey, I mean, if we could, I would do that in a heartbeat. Uzi Cardi says we have Hurts, Brown, Evans, Kirk, Etienne, Montgomery, Connor, Singletary, Schultz. Was just offered Kupp and Kincaid for Evans, Schultz, Montgomery. We lost Andrews. Going from Evans and Schultz to Kupp, give me Kupp easily. Or let's break it down. Evans and Montgomery versus Kupp, give me Kupp. Schultz versus Kincaid, give me Kincaid. So, yes, I would go ahead. I'd make that move. Let's go get Kupp and Kincaid, especially if you lost Andrews, my friend. Cody says Lawrence or Kyler. We're going to go Kyler with the rushing upside and the game environment. And then James Cook or Darrell Henderson. Now that it looks like Fournette's not playing again, I'll go James Cook. I mean, I keep on thinking, oh, Fournette's maybe going to come back this week. And then he just literally never does. And Jamie says, yo, Brody, Kyler or Herbert. And then Quinn Johnson with Guyton out, Chuba or Rondale Moore. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you, my friend. Rondale Moore has no Michael Wilson. So you can say like, oh, both these guys are thinned out. We're going to go Justin Herbert. And then we're also probably going to go Chuba Hubbard. Chuba Hubbard, not super excited about him, but at least you have a floor. But those other guys, you don't have a floor. Rated R Savior says Zach Charbonnet or Ty Chandler. Full BBR format, we're going to go Charbonnet. Non-PBR league, I think you can go Chandler. But full PBR league, I think we want to go ahead and take Charbonnet. Michael says Quentin Johnson, Khalil Herbert, or AJ Dillon or Romeo Dobbs for the 2 flex spots. We are down bad. My friend, I can tell. Yes, sir. We are down bad here. Down bad. I'll say that much. But looking at this, probably Khalil Herbert and Quentin Johnston And that if you look at Khalil Herbert, I mean, I really don't know what to expect, to be honest with you. My station is, well, it may just end up being Deonta Foreman. Like, it may be a 50-50 split. We don't know. But at least be a some upside. Space says, Breece, Wilson, Nico. We're going to go with the Jets. J-Rex says, McBride or Singletary at the flex. Really excited about McBride, top 5 tight end, but we're still going to start Singletary. Nico says, Allen or Stroud today. I mean, obviously, strong argument to be made to go ahead and bench Josh Allen. Very tough matchup. Stroud is a better one. But given the rushing upside Allen has in the larger sample that we're working with, I'm going to go Josh Allen. Joseph says, 12-team single flex, half PPR. Etienne and Dell for Taylor and Bijan. Also Kamara for Jamar Chase. Etienne to Taylor, slight downgrade. Dell to Bijan, upgrade. Kamara to Chase. I think they're both fair deals and up to you. I don't think there's a massive winner one way or another. I probably prefer Kamara over Chase. My only hesitation is I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you do there, my friend. I'm very biased. Taylor's my most drafted running back this year, and I am a Texas Longhorn, hook 'em horns. So I personally just want to say, oh, hook 'em. Let's go ahead and let's go with the Bijan side. Now, take him, says Nico or Javonte. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Javonte. I think with Javonte Williams, the running back, locked and loaded, 3-down workload, hard to get away from. Tommy says full BBR. Now, need a flex, Nico, DK, McBride. Also, trade White for Ayuk. You're the best. Budget live stream. I'll still be here. Appreciate you, my friend. I think we're going to go DK Metcalf for the flex and then White for Ayuk. I would rather have Rashad White just because running back production is going to be harder to come by, and we can already tell with this team that we just simply don't really have a concern about not getting enough in at wide receiver. Like, we're considering benching both Nico and DK Metcalf, so I don't really think Ayuk would do much for our team. Chris says, 10-team BBR, double flex. Running backs get 2 points per reception. Lamar Andrews played. We have Eckler, Pacheco, Tyreek Diggs, flex Adams, Dell, bench Singletary, Rice, Downs. I'm definitely going to, if this is the format, we're going to play Singletary over Dell. I mean, even if Singletary only has 2 receptions, that's 4 points just based off those receptions. So if we're going to get the running back bonus where we are incentivized to go out there and we are incentivized to get more running backs into our starting lineup, I'm going to just follow the incentives. Let's just go ahead and let's play Devin Singletary there over Tank Dell. But let me switch this around to our other screen so we keep bringing these up, ladies and gentlemen. And as I do this, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. I mean, we have live streamed every day since April. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you were ever going to drop a like in the stream, please do it for us now. And also, if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, and the Russell Wilson special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard as well. But our next question coming out from, I believe, Jake, who says, half PPR league, need 3, AJ Brown, Ridley, McLaurin, Nico Collins. So honestly, easy for me. I mean, we've seen it all year now that the volume is not consistent. The volume cannot be trusted if you are looking at what we have with Calvin Ridley. So I'm just going ahead. I'm benching Ridley where we can. I'm not overthinking it. You play Brown, you play McLaurin, and you play Nico Collins. Now, Siraj says, Sup, traded Purdy for DK. What are your thoughts? I like it. We must win now. We need a running back in a flex this week. Kincaid, Cook, Pacheco, and Hollywood. We're going to go with Pacheco and Hollywood Brown, my friend. Brody says trade Thielen for Nico. I'd rather have Nico over Thielen this week. Long-term, though, when Noah Brown's back in here and when Thielen has better matchup against Dallas, probably go Thielen. Pistol Pete says full BBR, single flex, Mostert, DK, Addison, or Sutton. Full BBR format's a little bit tougher. I'd probably still go Mostert, however, just given the offensive environment. Nathan says, should we flex JSN, Spears, or Ferguson? We're going to go JSN. Anthony says, pick one to start, Hopkins, Amari, or Sutton. We're going to go Hopkins with no Burks. Mostly says Purdy or Fields, and then McBride or Laporta. We're going to go Fields and Laporta. Gage says, trade Jefferson, Walker for Mixon, Ferguson, Evans. We need a win. We're 5-5. Walker to Mixon, downgrade. Jefferson to Ferguson and Evans, downgrade. If you knew for sure that Jefferson was going to miss next week as well, I understand making the play, but I think Jefferson has more value. Matthew says, need a receiver. We have Sutton, Hollywood, Dotson, or Dobbs Reed. We're going to go with Hollywood here in a beautiful game environment. And I do expect that Sutton does see a hit to his touchdown rate. I mean, Sutton, if you look at him, he's been great, but he's been great under the circumstances where he's scoring a touchdown on like 14% of his targets, where there's just no way that can keep up. I mean, if it does, I'm happy for him, but I'd just be very surprised if it actually does happen. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Longhorn Nation. Hook 'em Horns, my man. Full BBR, one quarterback, which side? Mahomes, Bijan, Ridley, Pollard. For Kyler, Hall, Brian Robinson, and Laporta. We still have Kincaid. Mahomes to Kyler. Give me Mahomes. Bijan to Hall. Up to you. Pollard to Brian Robinson. Give me Pollard. Ridley to Laporta. We have Kincaid. I'm going to probably go with the Mahomes side if we have Kincaid. If we have Kincaid, I mean, we can afford it, right? At least I would think so. Now, Young Lock says, I can get Pollard for Mixon. Who do you like rest of season? I would rather have Pollard with the Burrow injury. I think he's just going to be in a much better offense. And I drafted more Mixon than I did Pollard this year. So I really hope I'm wrong, but I don't know. It's hard to see that. Now, Kenny says, happy BR sit 1. Warren, Henderson, Rashad White. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to bench Darrell Henderson. I'm sorry. I'm going to bench Jalen Warren, play Darrell Henderson. Sorry. Now, Vincent says, hey, Mason just traded Dell for Joshua Dobbs because we lost Burrow. I think you could have got someone better. Also, start to Schultz, Ridley, Chandler, or Judy. Thanks, Mason. Love you. Appreciate you so much, my friend. We will go Schultz and Ridley now that we have Alexander Madison good to go. Really hate playing Ridley, though. Gilbert says Tua or Kyler. If you look at my rankings this week, we have these guys ranked back to back. I have Tua's one spot ahead of Kyler, though. Now, Jacob says, which two should we start between Kirk, Nico, Dell, and Hollywood in a full PPR format? I'm going to go with Dell and Kirk or Hollywood. Bench Nico. If you were going to play a Texans receiver, you're going to go Dell over Nico. Little bit of a tough spot. Now, Pagu says full BBR, Brian Robinson or Javonte. If Gibson's not playing Robinson, if Gibson plays Javonte. Steve says Kincaid, McBride. I'm going to go Kincaid if you're looking at touchdown upside, McBride if you're looking for target volume. Very close. They're back-to-back. A Connor, Thielen, McBride, or Kincaid. And then for the flex spot, we will play James Conner. Now, we can actually swing this back around to the other screen, so this looks a little better for y'all now. So give me 1 second. Next one coming out from Dorito. Probably not pronouncing this correctly. I apologize. Panicking. We had Burrow, Jamar, Justin. Not looking good now. Anyways, we need an extra flex. Would you go Ferguson over Ridley and JSN? I would not. I would go ahead and I would take the wide receivers here, my friend. I mean, I understand your thought process and that, yeah, Ferguson has had some pretty big weeks. He's in a very good offense, so you have touchdown upside as well. It just is a little bit of a tough spot. At least in my mind. But yeah, I'm going to go with the receivers. Aiden says, 18 full BBR play Singletary, Pacheco at the flex. I think go Singletary over Pacheco. Justin says, play Boyd on Thursday night. Evans, Addison, or Hollywood for the last flex spot. We're going to go with Evans, even though it's very close given how bad the matchup is. Actually, I kind of want to go Hollywood. I mean, if you look at my flex rankings this week, these guys are so damn close. You can go back and back. I mean, back and forth. Probably going to go Evans. I will say we're much lower on him this week, given the matchup against San Fran. And then between Ertz, Stroud, definitely go Jalen Hurts. Sam says, full BBR, pick 3, Connor, Javonte, Ford, James Cook. I'm going to go with Connor, Javonte, and James Cook now that it looks like you have no Fournette. Caesar says, happy BR, pick 3, Walker, Saquon, Swift, Brees, and Javonte. We're going to go with Saquon, given the guaranteed role. We're going to go Brees as well. Between Javonte, Walker, and DeAndre Swift. Half PBR format, we probably go Kenneth Walker. Full PBR league, I think you make an argument for one of the other guys. Matt says, single flex, who starts out of Diggs, Adams, Smith, Lockett, Javonte, Henry, Singletary. And then also McBride or Kincaid. We have McBride and Kincaid literally ranked back-to-back. I think can go either way. And then our wide receivers, we're going to go Diggs and Adams. Our running backs, we're going to be going with Javonte and Henry. And then for the flex, non-PBR format, we're going to go with Devin Singletary. Full PBR league, we'll go with Devonta Smith. Now, next switch coming out from Jawad says, 12-team, full BBR, single flex, 5-5. Who do we start? We have Allen, Kirk, Adams, Eckler, Brees, Kincaid, Moore, Swift, and Pacheco. We're going to go. Essentially, it's just who do we start in the flex, right? Because running back, we're going to go Eckler, Brees. Wide receiver, we're going to go Adams and Kirk most likely. So I think it just really comes down to that flex spot. I think we will go with DeAndre Swift there in the flex, my friend. Now, Jason says, Dotson or Watson at the flex. Thanks. Thank you. I will go Dotson, even if I'm not excited about it. Hospital Mike says, 12-team, PBR 6-4. Mixon for Pollard. I would rather have Pollard based off the offenses with the Burrow injury. We have Jacobs Kyron. Yeah, I would go Pollard. Tron Cena says, pick 4, Connor, Achane, Pacheco, Etienne, Henderson, Singletary. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Etienne, Devon Achane as the 2 easy calls. And then we're probably going to go Connor in your call between Singletary and Pacheco. Just make sure we're benching Henderson. Make sure that you play Achane and Etienne. And then outside of that, I think the other 2 guys, it's really up to you. Anthony says, start 1, Hubbard, Anderson, Sutton, and Deontay. Probably Cortland Sutton if it's a full PBR format. Henderson if it's a non-PBR. Now, Mareem says, PBR Superflex, 2 QB, 5-5. We have Tua, Devontae, Montgomery, JSN. I can trade Jacobs, Hill, Russ for Kupp, Mahomes. So Jacobs to Kupp. Oh, no, is this Tyreek Hill? Then no. Tyreek Hill. Oh, no, it's a 2 quarterback league. Yes, we're going to do this. Sorry, I'm an idiot. Tyreek to Mahomes in a 2 quarterback format. It's a redraft league, probably a slight downgrade, obviously. Dynasty, Mahomes by a mile. But yeah, Tyreek to Mahomes, slight downgrade. Jacobs and Russ for Kupp. Probably give me Kupp. And it's a fair deal. I think you can do what you want here. It's a fair deal. I think you do what you want. Now, WB says, a full BBR, pick 2 receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. Amari, Nico, Rashee Rice, Montgomery, Walker, Robinson, Cook, Connor. Thank you, Mason. Thank you, my friend. Our 2 wide receivers. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Nico and I'll go Amari over Rashee Rice, but they are damn close. And then for our running backs and a flex, we're playing 3 running backs here. We're going to go Montgomery, Walker, and Brian Robinson. Sam says, full BBR pick 3. Javonte, Ford, Connor, and James Cook. I'm going to go Javonte, Connor, and Cook. Don't really want anybody in that Browns game. Hockey for Life-ish says, Sutton, Singletary, Godwin, or Jerome Ford for the flex. I'm going to go ahead. I will take the guy with the guaranteed workload in a good offense. I will take Devin Singletary here, my friend. Now, Herschel says, which 3 do we play from Moore, Ayuk, Terry, Metcalf? And do we go Sam Howell or Lawrence? I'm going to go Howell over Lawrence. And then I'm going to go DK Metcalf, Ayuk, and DJ Moore. And bench Terry McLaurin. Kyle says, full BBR, tight end premium. Started receiver in a flex. Myers, Deontay, Ferguson, Montgomery. We have Gibbs and Pollard in the lineup. Oh, brutal. We will still go Montgomery, even with the tight end premium aspect. And then our wide receiver will go Deontay Johnson. With it being a full PBR format and with us getting Deontay some cheap target volume in Pittsburgh. Now, Rip VA says, full BBR flex play 1. Dell, Wilson, Javonte. Full BBR, give me Wilson. Jordan says, Kyler or Dak, and Kincaid or McBride. Kincaid, McBride, literally back-to-back. I do think it's up to you. I don't think you can go wrong either way. I'm going to go Kyler over Dak Prescott, given their respective game environments this week, though. Basta Mouse says, Zaire Lockett. We're definitely going to go Lockett. And then Chuba or Aaron Jones. We're going to go Aaron Jones, my friend. Zachary says, yo, Mason, keep up the great content. Need your advice. 16-team at PBR. Need a receiver and a flex. Between Warren, Hunt, Amari, Ridley. Thanks. Thank you. Brutal spot, but I think we have to play the receivers. Like, I'm not excited about this, my friend, but I mean, realistically speaking, I don't know if we can get away from it. I think you probably have to play Amari and Ridley and send up a prayer that the Cleveland Browns offense isn't going to be the worst thing that's ever touched this planet. Now, Keenan says, A.J. Dillon or Chuba Hubbard. Elaborate, please. We're going to go with Chuba Hubbard because he's going to get involved as a receiver a bit, and he has the larger overall percentage of his backfield than A.J. Dillon. Sierra says, Dobbs or Kyler at quarterback. We'll go Kyler, especially with no Justin Jefferson. Work says, first-year fantasy player. You've done me wonders. Thank you so much, my friend, for being a member of the flock. Full BBR bench 1. H.N. Connor, Javonte, Rashad White. Probably in a bench Rashad White, given the matchup against San Francisco, even if White's been the best. Also, Mahomes, Kyler. I'm leaning towards Kyler, better weather. We have Connor to go with him. I'm still going to go with Mahomes over him. I mean, I understand the thought process here, especially when we know how good this game environment's going to be for Kyler Murray. I mean, if you're looking at it, though, I think maybe we're just overthinking it, right? With the Eagles, you can't run against them. You're going to have to throw. I think we may end up seeing 40 passing attempts from Mahomes. Red Wings and Jazz says RB2 and a flex, start 2. Ford, Connor, Brees, and DJ Moore. We're going to go with Brees and James Conner. Now, WB says full BBR, 2 receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. We have Nico, Amari, Rashee Rice, James Cook, Brian Robinson, Walker, Montgomery, James Conner. Our 2 wide receivers, we're going to be going with Nico and Amari, even if I hate it. And then our running backs, we're going to be going with we're going to go Brian Robinson, Walker, Montgomery if Gibson does not play. If Gibson does play, we'll go Walker, Montgomery, Conner. Ryan says, full BBR, need to start 1 in the flex. Rice, Henderson, or Jalen Warren. Full BBR format, I think you can go Rashee Rice here. Full BBR league, I think you can go Rashee Rice. Now, Logic says, yo, man, appreciate all your help this season. 18 full BBR. Who do you start at the flex? Ridley or Tank Dell, Kyler or Dak in a 4-point passing touchdown league. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Tank Dell over Ridley, and then we're going to go Kyler over Dak in a league where rushing upside matters a little bit more, my friend. Now, Radiant says, start Lockett, Watson, or Gabe Davis. We'll go Tyler Lockett. Good to go. C-Dog says, Ridley or Amari. I'm going to go Amari. Underdog Pick'ems this week say that Ridley should be a better option given how bad this Browns offense will be. But I don't know. I mean, I'm just not mentally tough enough to play Calvin Ridley. I can't do it. Like, very, very little interest. Nobody says start 3, Evans, Kirk, Nico, Achane. We're going to go Achane for sure. And then we're going to go Kirk and Evans, unless you're terrified about the Evans matchup, then you can pivot over to Nico. Sorry, 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Daniel says, playing Dell and Singletary. Should we play Goff or Stroud? I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to play Stroud. I mean, you're already all in on this Houston Texans offense. Just might as well take the best guy here, right? I mean, it'd be different if Goff was like a better option than Stroud straight up. Like, give me Stroud regardless of who else we have there. But we are going to have to pivot this over, ladies and gentlemen. Our next question will be coming out from Mighty Joe. So let me refresh this so we can keep bringing these up. And as I do this, let me remind you, hit that like button. We've been live for almost 4 hours. And at the same time, I mean, we have live streamed every single day since April. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to drop a like on this live stream, please make sure you do it today. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and a Russell Wilson special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard, ladies and gentlemen. But Mighty Joe says, traded Howland Laporta for Kamara. It's a 10-team league, single flex. We have Hurts, Jacobs, Pollard, Tyreek, Puka, Kincaid, Thielen. And then on the bench, we have Addison, Nico, Javonte, and Deontay. Great deal. Love the team. And honestly, the only thing I'd say is play Javonte this week over Thielen, given the matchup for Thielen against Dallas. Now, next question coming out from, I believe, Ryan says, flex Ford or Kirk. And McBride or Kincaid. I'm going to go Kirk over Ford and McBride and Kincaid. Truly, I do think it's up to you here. Truly, I do not have a strong answer for you, a strong take one way or another. I think it is your personal preference between the two. I think both are going to crush. I think both are borderline top 5 tight ends. Now, next question coming out from Curve Square Stores says, PBR, 12 team, 9-1. Kyler, Brian Robinson, Amon-Ra, get Mahomes, Kyron, Puka. Mahomes over Kyler, Amon-Ra over Puka. Kyron, Brian Robinson, up to you. I'd probably go with the best player. Probably go Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, I love St. Brown, though. I mean, that just thing is super, super safe option to go with. Now, next question coming out from Yabsura says, pick 2 running backs, 2 receivers, and a flex. We have Pollard, HN, Kirk, Waddle, Moore, Nico. I had Kirk starting, not sure if I could keep him with Zay Jones back. We're going to go Pollard, HN, Walker in the flex, Waddle, and then, yeah, really comes down to wide receiver 2. Who do you want between Kirk, Moore, and Nico? I think that they're all about in the same range. I think you can kind of do whatever you want here. I'm trying to think. I'm not too worried about Zay taking away, to be honest, at least based off what we saw a few weeks back. So if you had Kirk in there initially, I don't think we would use Zay as a reason to get him out. But honestly, you can go anybody there at wide receiver 2. Alejandro says, wide receiver 2 in a flex, Amari, Ridley, Judy, and Jerome Ford. I'm going to go Ford for the flex, and then for the wide receiver 2 slot, I'm going to go Amari, even if I hate it. Jay Stream says, Amari, JSN, or Gabe Davis. We'll go Amari. I hate it. The C Mert says, Happy BR, who to put in the wide receiver 2 slot, Hollywood or Nico? Love the show. Appreciate you, my friend. Really close call now that you have no Noah Brown. You also have no Michael Wilson. Probably go Hollywood Brown, but I think both guys are going to crush this week. I think it's a really good environment. Just Kevin says, HN or Walker. We're going to go with HN. They have the Dolphins as the highest scoring team in the NFL this week. Manfred says, we have DK and McBride. Got to trade for Devonta Smith, Schultz, Madison. Is this a fair move? Give me Smith over Metcalf. Give me McBride over Schultz and Madison. I mean, if you really needed a running back, you can go ahead and do this. It's not like I'd be sitting here and I'd be super excited to make this move. I mean, it's one that you can do if you really wanted, but I'm not going to be pumped about it. Now, Alano says, Dalvin, Kyle Phillips, Royce Freeman. We're going to go Royce Freeman. I mean, Dalvin's been the least efficient running back in the NFL this year. And at the same time, we got the report coming out saying that the Jets are going to give a little more work to their younger guys today and give them a shot. So, like, Izzy is playing over Dalvin. At least that's what I'm taking. And Andre says, Happy BR, need a receiver and a flex. Amari, Waddle, Kirk, and Singletary. We're going to be going with Waddle and your call between Singletary, Kirk. Just make sure you play Waddle at wide receiver. Make sure you bench Amari. Singletary, Kirk will be up to you. Wolfpack says, RB1 and 2 are Etienne and Najee. Who to flex? Khalil, Foreman, or Dowdle? I'm going to go with Khalil Herbert. I really hope Foreman's the guy. Hook 'em Lawrence. But, I mean, let's see it. I would rather not start either guy if we didn't have to. Now, our next is coming out from Yal Pablo says, Alexander Madison or a Steelers RB. We're going to go with Alexander Madison over the Steelers RBs. I mean, it's not like Madison's dealing with an ankle or a hamstring. I mean, if he's playing, he should be at 100%, right? At least that's what we've historically seen with these guys coming back from concussions. And it's a really good matchup against Denver. Now, Daniel says, Happy BR, drop 1. Waller, Spears, Moss, or Joshua Dobbs. Probably drop Waller, right? I mean, Jonathan Taylor goes down. Moss is a league winner. Derrick Henry goes down. Something. Tyjae Spears looks great. I just don't see, like, how do we hold Darren Waller on for an arbitrary amount of time when we don't know when he's coming back, when it's the worst offense in the NFL and he has no reason to come back? I don't know. Now, Emmanuel says, full BBR, we have Kincaid, Kittle. Should we switch for DJ Moore, Kirk, or Dell? 100% you play Dell or Kirk over Kittle in your flex. Take Kittle out and play one of the wide receivers. I'm not going to fault you whatever way you want to go. Most people go Dell, but just you got to make sure you are playing a receiver over Kittle in your flex spot there. David says, Sam Howell or Justin Fields. I'm going to go Fields. And then Dell, Deontay, or Addison. Definitely not Deontay. Bench Deontay. It's going to be down between Dell and Addison. It would be Dell easily if Jefferson was playing, but now that you have no Jefferson, I think if you really wanted to, you could pivot over to Addison. Jameel says, Kincaid or McBride? We've had this question a million times, and it's impossible to answer. Really, it is up to you. I think that Kincaid's probably in the better offense. And then Hall or Ayuk, you the man. Appreciate you, my friend. We will go with Breece Hall over Brandon Ayuk. Now, Big Moon says, Cook, Hubbard, or Deontay. Happy BR, rest of go. Appreciate you. We are going to go ahead and take James Cook here. James Cook looks like, yet again, you still have no Leonard Fournette. Where, I mean, he's still a running back getting guaranteed touches in a very good offense, right? Even if he's not great himself. Now, Campaign Low says 14 team full BBR. We need a flex. Dotson, Rondell, Cooks, Tajee. I'm down bad with Jefferson out. I can tell we're down bad. We're going to go Jahan Dotson despite Dotson doing nothing as a late. I mean, obviously, Dotson's been an extremely volatile wide receiver, but he does have upside, right? He has upside. We've seen it. Matt says full BBR for the flex. We have Dobbs currently in. We have HN on the bench, just worried about his usage. What are your thoughts? I think you are a crazy person. You need to, and I repeat, need to start Devon Achane. They're 14-point favorites. They are going to be running the ball over and over again. They have the highest implied team total of any team in the NFL. So yeah, please get Achane in there. Steve says, who to start? Devontae, Puka, Dell, Waddle, Saquon, Connor, Swift, Pacheco, Javonte, Mostert. Full BBR, 6-4, 1 flex. Love the videos, man. Appreciate you. We're going to be going with Devontae, Puka, wide receiver. Saquon, Mostert at running back. Really tough spot here. Full BBR format, probably Waddle. Full BBR, probably Waddle. Probably Waddle. It's close. I mean, you have so many viable running backs. I mean, if we could make a 2-for-1 deal, get an upgrade in the starting lineup, I'd love it. MH says PBR pick 2, Mostert, Hopkins, Connor, for Deontay. We're going to go Mostert and Connor. Samuel says traded HN and Nico for Jefferson. Did I win? Thing is, if Jefferson doesn't come back next week, then all of a sudden we're in a spot where, yeah, no Jefferson this week, next week, the week after because his bye. So I don't think there's a winning or a losing. I mean, if you're a playoff team and you can have the upside of Jefferson in the long term, I mean, it makes sense. Now, Kicker says, full BBR, Henry, Javonte, Singletary, Kirk, Rice can only play for 2 flex spots and 2 running back slots. We're going to go ahead. We're going to play Henry, Javonte, Singletary, Kirk, bench, Rashee Rice. I understand wanting to get Rashee Rice in, right? He's a rookie wide receiver coming out of a bye. You'd assume that he has a slightly larger role. Great matchup as well. I get where you're coming from, but still, it's tough. Tyler says, get off for Diggs and Singletary for Smith, Higgins, Montgomery. Other running backs are Jacobs, Williams, Connor. I think these guys are getting me through the playoffs. I think a Singletary may be a nothing burger next week, right? We don't know. Like Montgomery, Devonta Smith versus Stephon Diggs. Give me Diggs. I mean, you have enough running back production where I think you can't afford to go out there and you can make this deal. I think you can go get Diggs if you want, but just don't be like expecting that, oh yeah, Singletary for sure is going to be a viable running back 2 weeks from now. Nathaniel says, full BBR, pick 2. Smith, Kirk, or Tank Dell. I'm going to go with Smith, and then your call between Kirk or Dell. Probably Dell if we have no Noah Brown, and at the same time, you have Zay Jones playing. Now, the speed of text is sit 1, Singletary, Swift, or Aaron Jones, full PPR. Full BBR bench Singletary here, who hasn't really had a role as a receiver over the past few weeks. Blake says start 1, flex 1. Cup, Puka, Metcalf, Wilson, and Javonte. For sure play Cup. Between Puka, Metcalf, Garrett Wilson, Javonte, it's close. I probably go Garrett Wilson. But I mean, I am very excited about Puka this week with Stafford being fully good to go. Foster says start 2, McBride, Schultz, Rashee Rice. Thanks. Thank you. I'm going to go with McBride for sure. Between Schultz and Rashee Rice, it is up to you. Schultz and Rashee Rice, it is going to be up to you there. Nathan says, full BBR, who to start, Adams or DJ Moore? I'm going to go Devontae Adams over DJ Moore. Stu says, Ridley or JSN today and rest of season. If we had to pick one for today and rest of season, I'm going to go JSN. I don't see what the upside is for Ridley at this point. I mean, he's had all year. It's not like a 28-year-old wide receiver is going to get better all of a sudden, you know. Now, Jim Ben says Buffalo or Detroit's DSD. Appreciate you, my guy. Appreciate you. We will go ahead. We'll play the Buffalo DSD going up against Zach Wilson. Now, Ghostman says 8-2, 10-team, 2-quarterback format. We have Dak, Fields, Mixon, Jones, Hill, A.J. Brown, Chase, Kincaid, and then on the bench, Love, Brian Robinson. Spears, Kyron, Judy. Do I trade Mixon or Chase, and for what? So the thing is, you're not going to be able to sell one of these guys straight up to go get something that you're really excited about. The move would be like, you take Chase and another piece, right? Like you take Chase and Kyron Williams and go send them to a team that needs a running back and get back someone like Stephon Diggs, get back someone like A.J. Brown. So trying to stay inside that top 5-ish tier of wide receivers, but adding a piece to Chase to get it done. But Josh says full BBR, start 2. McLaurin, Thielen, Javonte, Singletary, McBride. Also, we have Fields or Howe. We're going to go with Fields. And then we're going to go with both running backs in Javonte and Singletary, even if I'm very excited about McBride. And I do think McBride's a top 5 tight end this week. It's just difficult to flex the tight end. Philmus Payne says pick one receiver, RB, tight end flex. Jacobs, HN, Ayuk, Addison, Amari, Kincaid, Kittle. Thank you, Mason. Thank you. We're going to be going with Kincaid at tight ends. We're going to go Jacobs at running back. I'm sorry, we're going to go, we'll go Jacobs at running back. Receiver, we're going to go Ayuk, and we'll go Achane for the flex. Jordan says, hey, Mason, hope you're doing well today. 12-team, full BBR league. Need 2 to flex. Jason, Chandler, Elijah, Watson. Thanks a ton. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Christian Watson and JSN and send up a prayer that we get a big play. I just don't really have any interest in Ty Chandler now that Madison's good to go. It's not like Chandler's some great running back, right? Mike says, Dobbs or Cooks in the flex spot. I'm going to go Brandon Cooks and hope that we get a big play. One of one says, sit one, Mostert, Jones, HN, Evans. Also, should we give McBride the start over Kincaid? If you wanted to, not going to fault you at all. I think really it is up to you there. And then I will bench Mike Evans, with this being a very tough matchup going up against the 49ers. Now, Europe says full BBR league, starting Henry, Brian Robinson, Puka, Ford, Edwards. Who could we trade to improve this? If it's a full PBR league, the guy that I'm looking to get rid of, and I hate to say it because he's been so damn good as of late, but that's the reason that we would see what we could get, is Gus Edwards. I mean, if you're looking at Gus Edwards, this running back that's like up at the very top of the NFL in touchdowns. But ultimately, my issue is the man's averaging like 1 target per game, or maybe even less than 1 target per game. So it's really hard to see how Gus Edwards continues to get there without the touchdowns. We know touchdowns are the most volatile statistic in fantasy. Clearly has been crushing it as of late. But I think that's the guy we can get a considerable amount of value for that we'd probably be looking to move. Lewis says, thanks for all the work you put in. No, thank you. Full BBR, which one do we bench? Amari, Lockett, Singletary, or Rice? I'm going to be benching your call between Amari and Rashee Rice. Rashee Rice, much better situation. Amari, much better wide receiver. Mighty Joe says, Nico, Addison, Thielen, Javonte. We need to pick one. We just got Kamara for Howell and Laporta. Really like that. We have Hurts and Kincaid. Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. And then here, I think we're probably going to go ahead and we'll probably play Javonte Williams for that flex. Mark says, Yo Flock, JSN or Jacoby. If you look at Jacoby, he's averaging 2 receptions a game over the past 3 weeks. So, I mean, especially if you look at how low the implied team total is for this offense, I could probably go JSN at this point. Now, Dipset says Spears, Charbonnet, Chandler, pick 2, happy BR, rough times. I'm going to go Charbonnet and Spears, to be honest. I mean, we know they're going to be involved as receivers. It is just a complete question mark what role you get from Chandler. You have no idea. Lone Lion says Howell or Herbert. I'm going to go Herbert. And then White, Singletary, Dell, we got to pick 2. I'll go with the Texans, guys. Just given the fact that, I mean, Rachaad White is going cross-country to play San Fran. Shane says, have BBR start 2. Mostert, HN, King Henry, Brian Robinson. I'm going to go with both Miami backs. I know it's crazy. They have the highest implied team total of any team in the NFL this week. We've seen them both crush over and over and over again. They are 14-point favorites. I have both Miami backs as top 10 running backs this week. Now, Stay Beast Boy says 16-team league, need a quarterback, Baker or Levis. I will go Levis. I think you can maybe make an argument for Baker rest of season. Neither quarterback really has much rushing upside at all. At least Levis has a better matchup. So I will go Levis this week. David says Hollywood, Kirk at the flex, and then start 2 of 3 Madison, Hunt, Freeman. Give me Hollywood at the flex, and then we're going to be going with Madison and Royce. Michael says, full BBR, need one in the flex. Cooks, McKinnon, or Freeman. Thanks. Thank you. Full BBR, I will go ahead and we'll take Brandon Cooks over Royce. Now, SS will be our next question. Let me go ahead and pull this up on the other screen. Just give me 1 second to do this, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we are back. I'm sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Let me pull up our next question. Like I said, this is coming out from SS. And as I get this up, if you have not done so already, please go down there. Hit that like button. We are about 4 likes away from 1,700 likes on this stream. I mean, we have been live for over 4 hours now. Live every day since April. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, please make sure you do it for us today. And also, if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, now is the best time because when you use promo code FLOCK, they're going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. Plus, you'll get our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers and a Russell Wilson special pick'em more than less than half a total yards. Make sure you are taking advantage of that, ladies and gentlemen. But our next question coming up from, I believe, SS, who says, full BBR for the flex spot. Hubbard, McBride, Judy, Davis, Hunt. We have Kincaid at tight end, Allen at quarterback. Also, we obviously play Allen over Cali, right? Thanks, Mr. Appreciate you. Yes, I probably play Allen over Cali. Even Cali's in a great spot. And then for the flex, I think we're going to go ahead, and it's gross to say, but yeah, we play the tight end. We go Trey McBride. I mean, McBride's going to absolutely crush it, and we don't really like those other options. Now, the GOAT coming out saying Addison or Ridley with Zay's return. Thanks, Mason. Thank you. We're going to go Addison easily with no Jefferson. Nicholas says PBR 4 and 6. Trade Waddle and Rice for Jefferson. 4 and 6. No, you need Waddle. You need someone's going to play this week. 4 and 6 team. You can't afford to trade for Jefferson. Jovi says bench 1, Ayuk, Addison, or Hollywood in a full PPR format. I think we're going to go ahead. I think that we will bench Hollywood this week. I would rather have Hollywood long-term over Addison, but just when we have no Jefferson, I think we're going to play Addison. Young Dolly says full BBR for the flex, Nico, Brian Robinson, or Godwin. We'll go with Brian Robinson. Andrew says PBR start 2, at least 1 being an RB, Amari, Ford, James Cook, Sutton, or Darrell Henderson. I'm going to go with James Cook for our running back, and then we'll probably go with Sutton at our flex. Max says PBR pick 1, Addison, Jason, or Quentin Johnston. We're going to go ahead and we'll take Jordan Addison with no Justin Jefferson. Saram, happy to see us, says, hey, Mason, hope you're doing well. Who to start? 2, 1. AJ Brown, Amari, Jason, Gabe, Dobbs, Hall, Hunt, H.N. Freeman. We're going to be going Hall, H.N. at running back. We're going to go A.J. Brown at wide receiver. The wide receiver 2 spot's a little bit tougher. Probably go Amari Cooper, even if it's disgusting. And then between JSN and our leftover running back, such as Kareem Hunt, assuming it's a full BBR format, we probably go JSN as well. I mean, great team at the very top end. It's just very tough wide receiver 2 and a flex there. Now, Tom says we need 2 running backs, 2 receivers, and a flex out of this mess. Javonte, Singletary, James Cook, Addison, Dell, and Cup. We're going to go with Cup and Dell or Addison at wide receiver. Just make sure you play Cup. Wide receiver 2 is your call between Addison and Dell. I'd probably go Addison with no Jefferson. And then 2 running backs between Javonte, Singletary, James Cook. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Javonte and Singletary. And then the flex will go with the other wide receiver. So we'll play with Addison or Dell, whoever didn't play at wide receiver 2. Jake says, Cooks, Dobbs, JSN, Reed, Rice, Pacheco at the flex. We'll go Pacheco even in a tough matchup. Jesse says, start Goff, Kyler, or Howell. Love the content. Appreciate you, my friend. We are going to go ahead. We will take Kyler Murray with the rushing upside. Pot Snob says, start one, Charbonnet, Dowdle, Hubbard, Spears. We need upside. We will go Chuba Hubbard as the running back that actually is the starter in his backfield. Don't love it. But 860 says, Kyler or Howell. We're going to go Kyler. And JSN or Judy. Really tough spot there. I mean, you do have a good game environment for JSN. I think you can kind of go back and forth. I think JSN has higher ceiling, so let's probably go JSN here. Now, James says, Happy BR, Gabe, Zay, or Dowdle in the second flex. Down with the Andrews injury. It was going to be a tight game anyway. Well, if we're shooting for the upside, I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Gabe Davis here. Now, with that being said, obviously, this is a very tough matchup for Gabe Davis going up against the New York Jets. And he does have an incredibly low floor. But yeah, I mean, if it was going to be close and then we lost out on Andrews, I mean, I'd assume that we probably are more so incentivized to go out there and chase the ceiling. Now, the Credit Genius says, need a flex, full PPR. Hunt, Thomas, Zay Jones, and Wandale. Kareem Hunt and Sit Up a Prairie scores a touchdown, but it's gross. You're not excited about it. Austin says, trade Fields, Ford, Amon-Ra for Geno Swift, Olave, DJ Moore. So Ford to Swift, upgrade. Amon-Ra to Olave, DJ Moore, downgrade. Fields to Geno, downgrade. I'm going to keep the best player. I'm going to keep Amon-Ra St. Brown here, my friend. Anthony says, 8-2, 10-team full BBR. We have Hurts, Hall, Chandler, Lamb, Thielen, Laporta, Ridley. On the bench, Dak, Pickens, Brian Robinson, Ford, Ferguson. Can't trust Ridley. Any changes? 100% I think we change this. I don't trust Ridley either. Let's take Ridley out, and let's get Brian Robinson in. Actually, no, never mind. I lied to you. We need to take Ty Chandler out. That's a bigger priority. So I do both. Play Ford over Ridley and play Brian Robinson over Ty Chandler. So yes, sir, please take out Chandler, take out Ridley, play Robinson and Ford. Moses says, start Pickens or Ty Chandler. Ooh. Underdog right now has George Pickens with his projection at 2.5 receptions. Now, maybe I'm going more than 2.5 receptions, but still should be disgusting in this matchup. I think it is up to you. And honestly, I don't think that there is any way for me to know what the role is going to look like for Ty Chandler this week. I'm operating under the assumption we should bench Ty Chandler. That's what I want to say. But now, Amir, welcome to being a member of the flock. Happy to have you. And Bertrand says, Achane or Waddle? I will go with Devon Achane. Lion says, pick one, Smith, Thielen, or Kirk. I'm going to go with Devonta Smith with no Dallas Goedert. Aaron says, Metcalf, Achane, Dell, Javonte, Evans. We got to pick two. So we essentially have to bench one of these guys. If we have to bench one player here, I'm going to bench Mike Evans. Really like Evans. Obviously has been dominant. But the issue is this is going to be a tough spot here, knowing that you do have Mike Evans going up against the 49ers defense. Now, Justin says, Javonte, Mostert, Kenneth Walker. We got to start two in a full PPR format. I'm going to go with Javonte and Mostert in a full PPR league where Walker really isn't going to get involved as a receiver. Aaron says, Wilson or Fields. We're going to go Fields. Royce or Devonta Freeman. Or I'm assuming you meant not Devonta Freeman. Deonta Foreman. We will go with Royce over Deonta Foreman this week. I have no idea what to expect with either backfield. I'd rather avoid him if we can. Jesse says, pick three, Saquon, Achane, Pollard, Walker, Singletary. I'm going to be going with Saquon, Achane, and Pollard. I understand everybody else is going to want Singletary or Pollard. Fully understand where you're coming from. But ultimately, if I'm looking at this, Tony Pollard has the best matchup you could possibly ask for going up against the Carolina Panthers. And he has the workload, and it's a great offense. Amir says McBride or Ingram. We'll go McBride. In Hollywood, Addison or Singletary. Non-PBR, we're going to go Singletary. Full PBR league, I think you make a strong argument for Addison. Najee Medina says, hey, have PBR for the flex. McLaurin, Pacheco, Madison, or Chandler. We're going to go ahead. I think that we are going to be taking Isaiah Pacheco. I mean, with Alexander Madison, obviously, great matchup, but it is tough. And thank you so much for being a long-time member of the flock, my friend. Jacob says, start one, Warren, Hubbard, Chandler, or Charbonnet. We will go with Chuba Hubbard. I mean, the issue is obviously the matchup and how bad this offense should be, but he's still going to be the starting running back there. Nick says MVP Stroud or Jalen Hurts. We're going to go Jalen Hurts. Should rush the ball a little bit more this week as well. And then Lockett or Singletary. We will go Devin Singletary over Tyler Lockett. A to Z says, not competing in a 12-team Dynasty Superflex. Would you trade Tua and Jaden Reed for Burrow? Moving Tua, I'd lose the stack with Hill. Thanks, bro. Thank you. And if you're not contending, you should sell Tyreek as well. Yeah, so yes, I would rather have Burrow over Tua and Jaden Reed if we are punting this year in Dynasty. But also I'd say that Tyreek Hill is someone that you're going to have to go ahead and you'll sell if you're punting this year on top of it. Kai says, Kyler, Gibbs, Cook, A.J. Brown, Tyreek, Thielen, Pittman, McBride, Ingram, Stevenson, Bozos. Trade Lamar, Jacobs, Aaron Jones for Tyreek and Cook. What are your thoughts? Lamar, Jacobs to Tyreek. Give me Tyreek. Aaron Jones to James Cook. I mean, I think you paid up for Tyreek Hill, paid a hefty price, but honestly, you can afford to do it. You had Kyler Murray. Love it. Jesus says, start a running back in 2 flex out of Montgomery, Brian Robinson, Mostert, Nico. We're going to go all 3 running backs. Bench Nico, even if we are excited about him, I don't think you can get him in there. Mike says, JSN or Godwin. I'm going to go ahead. I will play Godwin, though I will say Godwin does have that very tough matchup where, I mean, I completely understand if you wanted to avoid him. Gavin says traded Jefferson for ETN. Receivers are Nico, Pittman, Olave. Did I make a mistake? Running backs are Pollard, Connor, and Stevenson. Nope. I think you made the perfect move. Perfect move. Obviously, we're going to be in a world of pain this week in wide receiver with our guys on bye, but we're fine. Joe says down bad with buys this week. Start Ty Chandler, Watson, or Spears. Could pick up Rice or even a tight end like Schultz or Komet. I would go ahead and I'd pick up Rashee Rice. I think Rashee Rice has more upside than these guys. Cut Ty Chandler now that Madison's going to go. Pick up Rice and play Rice in a good matchup. Jesus says start 2 running backs in a flex. Montgomery, Jones, Brian Robinson, Dell, and Deontay Johnson. We're going to go ahead. I think we'll play all 3 running backs. We'll go Montgomery, Aaron Jones, and Brian Robinson. If you really wanted to get a wide receiver in, it would be Tank Dell. Under no circumstance do you play Deontay Johnson here. Jalen says pick 2, Walker, Ty Chandler, James Cook. You're going to go Walker, James Cook. Everybody, Alexander Madison's not playing this week. Cannot play Ty Chandler. I'm sorry. Alexander Madison is playing. Cannot play Ty Chandler. And then also Hurts or Dobbs. We'll go Jalen Hurts, especially with no Justin Jefferson. Easy Biggins says flex Warren Pacheco or Lockett. We're going to go ahead. We will take Pacheco. Trevor says full BBR. Pick 1. Lockett, Dobbs, Christian Watson, or Reed. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. We will go Tyler Lockett. Simon says start Walker or Singletary. We're going to go Walker and then trade goals for Walker. I'd love to send Walker and get back someone like Bijan, someone who's going to catch the ball. Raul says, am I crazy to give Jefferson Mostert to get Debo and Gibbs? Mostert to Gibbs, upgrade in a full PBR league. Jefferson to Debo, downgrade. We have Hurts, Dobbs, Jefferson, JSN, Myers, KJ. It's a league where we're getting a half point per carry format, but we're 8-2 tied for first. I would say if you're 8-2 right now, I would rather just hold on to Jefferson for the long-term upside. I was going to tell you, yeah, I mean, I completely understand needing to get out of Jefferson for Deebo Samuel if we need a win right now, but really we're just thinking about the playoffs. You can do it if you want. I mean, I just don't think you have to if you're 8-2. Snickers says, need to score big, Herbert or Purdy at quarterback. We will go Herbert, my friend. Matt says, full BBR play Pacheco or Connor, you're the best. Appreciate you. I think here it is very tough with the matchup that Pacheco has going up against the DeAndre Swifts, going up against the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, if you're looking at what I have Pacheco ranked at 32 and Connor ranked at 33 in our flex rankings this week. So we have them ranked literally back to back. Othello says, who should we start in the flex? Singletary, DK, or Terry McLaurin? Full BBR format, we're going to go DK, non-PBR, we'll go Singletary. Aaron says, Parham, Chig, or the Mute. I'm going to go Frymuth. I'm very biased. I drafted him in a lot of leagues. He's done absolutely nothing for us. I'm really hoping he does well, but we'll see. Jay says start 2 running backs, Latavius, Chris Rodriguez, Ty Chandler, and Khalil Herbert. Here we will go with Khalil Herbert and Latavius if we have no Fournette. So let's make sure we confirm that. And if Fournette actually was activated and I didn't notice, then we'll go Ty Chandler. You can go Ty Chandler anyway. Just don't play Rodriguez. Sean says, hey, Mason, 12-team map BBR. We need a running back, a flex, and a tight end. Warren, Khalil, Amari, Watson, Dotson, Laporta, McBride. Thank you as always. Appreciate you. We're going to go Laporta at tight ends, Our running back, we will go ahead and we will play Jalen Warren. And then for our flex, I will play Trey McBride over Amari in them. Charles says, have BBR, we need 4. Between Brees, Achane, Swift, Pacheco, ETN. Would you go Fields over Mahomes, Tank over Garrett? No, sir. Garrett over Tank, Mahomes over Fields. And then we're going to go ahead and we'll play ETN, Achane, Brees, and Swift, bench Pacheco. Let's see, we need to refresh this so we can keep bringing them up. Give me 1 second. And as I do this, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, please hit that like button. We have been live for 4.5 hours. Gonna stream every single day until 2024. So subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Russell Wilson special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. So make sure you are taking advantage of that. Now, our next question coming out from Jason says, 16-team PBR, 9-1, pick 3, Swift, Javonte, McLaurin, Collins. We're going to go Swift, Javonte, and Collins. Trade one of the above for McBride. Yes, I'll trade McLaurin for McBride if we lost Andrews, or pick up Pitts or Frymuth off the waiver wire. I mean, I think both are viable pickups in a 16-team league. But yeah, you can make that trade for McBride. Hulk Smash says Ayuk or Dell in a non-PBR. We'll go Ayuk. Pitcher Ended says bench 1, Swift, Jacobs, Achane. We're going to bench Swift. Also, DK or Devonta Smith. I'll go with Smith. Caden says Amari, Lockett, Sutton. I'm going to go ahead. I will play Lockett and flex Javonte or Madison. We'll go Javonte. Dan the Man says 2 quarterback. We have Mahomes, Allen, Stroud. Would you bench Allen this week? Also, Laporta or Kincaid at tight end. We're going to go Kincaid. And then no, we will bench Stroud, but great quarterback room. Now it says Amari or Ridley this week. Love from Scotland. Appreciate you, my friend. I'm going to go ahead. I will play Amari, and I'm going to cry myself to sleep because it's going to be the worst offense you can imagine. Sam says start 2 of Debo, Achane, Saquon. PBR, thanks. Thank you. I'm going to go with Achane and Saquon. Trustlock says trade Singletary for Charbonnet. Nope. Keep Singletary, my friend. I think you need more if you're going to make that play. The Madcapper says 10-team super flex. Half point per carry. Need a quarterback, running back 2, and a flex. White, Connor, White, Pacheco, Warren, Puka, Kyler, Herbert. Starting Kupp, Keenan, Kincaid, played Burrow. We're going to go ahead and we'll take Kyler in a point per carry league, given the fact that he does have rushing upside that Herbert doesn't. And then for our running backs and our flex, we'll go ahead. We will play White, Connor, and Pacheco in a half point per carry format. Cannot play a Puka in a flex. You have to play a running back in a flex there every week. Carl says Fields or Kyler. We're going to go Kyler. Great spot for Kyler, my friend. Camo says PBR, Nico Sutton, Tank Dell. We need 2. We're going to go with the Texans guy, especially with no Noah Brown. SS says, thanks for my other question. Cleveland or Washington DSD at full BBR. Appreciate you, my friend. Cleveland, obviously a much better defense. Washington, a much better matchup. If I had to choose one to roster rest of season, I'm going to go Cleveland. This week, I'll go Washington. D-Tub says, Henry, CMC, all Achane. Bench 1, full BBR. I think we're going to go ahead. We're most likely going to be benching Derrick Henry. Emma says, which 2 do we start between Hopkins, Smith, and Hollywood? I'm going to go with Hollywood and Smith. Charlie Hugamorns, my friend. 12-team BBR, 3 receivers, 1 flex, 6 and 4. We have Hurts, Hopkins, Hollywood, Lamb, Deontay, Henry, Etienne, Taylor, Komet, Osborne, Judy, Harris, Spears, Kyler. Should we start KJ in the flex? Offer to trade Hill and Baker for Lamb and Kyler. If this is a 1 quarterback format, I mean, and we're sitting here with Jalen Hurts and Kyler Murray, let's go out there and let's go get Tyreek Hill. I mean, obviously Lamb's been phenomenal, but Tyreek Hill's still a tier ahead of him. So yes, sir, I go ahead and I make that trade for Tyreek. We're paying up for it, but I mean, we can afford it. And then also we're looking at KJ Osborne in the flex versus Jerry Jeudy. I probably go Jerry Jeudy. I probably go Najee Harris over him, but that's just me. I mean, I understand if you wanted to go Osborne, obviously, with him being good to go and no Jefferson. Eric says, desperate a running back this week, Royce or Sharp. Full BBR format, it'll be close. You can make an argument for Sharp. If not, just go Royce. Aiden says, 10-team BBR, 7 and 3. We have Etienne, Ramondre, Javonte, Najee, Lamb, Hollywood, Addison, Hopkins, Kelsey. Should we trade Ramondre, Javonte, and Addison for Bijan Robinson? I would say I would trade Ramondre and Addison or Javonte and Addison for Bijan. All 3 in a package does seem a little aggressive, though. Colton says, start 2 running backs, Achane, Jones, Montgomery, and Javonte. I'm going to go with Achan and Montgomery behind great offensive lines and great offenses. David says Spears or Chandler. I'm going to go Spears in a full PPR league. Nabil says Submace, have PPR, going to start one running back. Lots of buys. Latavius Royce or Ty Chandler. Probably Latavius. And then full PPR, Rashid Tank or Brandon Cooks. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Tank Dell here, my friend. Corey says, hey, Mason, happy Sunday, my friend. Extra flex spot at PPR. Lockett, Thielen, or Jalen Warren. Thanks. So thank you. We will go Thielen. It is a very tough matchup. Alex says Dotson or Godwin. We're going to go Godwin in the tough matchup. Andres says full PPR for the flex. Start 2 tight ends or Waddle in the flex. We're going to go with Laporta at tight end, Waddle in the flex, and bench Kincaid. Isaiah says Dowdle or Khalil Herbert. We're going to go Khalil Herbert. Rick says start 3, Sutton, Kupp, Thielen, Ayuk, Debo. Opponent has Purdy. We're going to go with Kupp, Ayuk, and Debo Samuel. Don't really care too much about our opponent having Purdy. I think those are the best plays, not too close this week. Jeffrey says 12-team PPR 7-3. We lost Andrews, traded Javonte for Kincaid, Khalil. The team is Lamar, Goff, Saquon, Achan, Bijan, Khalil, Tyreek, Amon-Ra, Terry, Kincaid. Any other moves? Not necessarily. I think it's a very well-balanced format. I mean, I think we have the elite level wide receivers at the top. We have running backs that we're excited about. I think you're in a great spot. I mean, there's a reason we're 7-3, my friend. Rick says Ridley or JSN in the flex. I really have no idea, to be honest with you. And you probably end up having to go Amari, even if I want to say JSN. Amari's just in a horrible offense. Pidgerin says drop Amari or 4 to get HN back in. I would drop Amari in an 8-team league. It's going to be easier to find wide receiver production. Rhea says, happy early Thanksgiving to you and your family. Happy early Thanksgiving, my friend. Need 1 PBR at the flex. Watson, Deontay Johnson, or Darrell Henderson. Thanks, bro. Thank you. I will go Deontay Johnson in a full PBR format, even if it's gross. Non-PBR would go Henderson. Aaron says Freeman or... I don't know who that is. And then Russ or Fields. I don't know who Firenan is. I'm sorry. We're going to go Fields over Russ for sure, though. Ron Burgundy says, hey, Mason, non-PBR start 2. Hollywood, Waddle, or Kirk. We're going to go with Waddle and Hollywood. And happy to see you. John says 6-4 PBR 12-team league. We have Lamar, Etienne, Hall, Chase, Debo, McBride, Dell. And then on the bench, Puka, Laporta. Any changes? Great team. I probably start Laporta over McBride. That's just me. And I probably start Puka over Dell, but that's just me as well. I think you can keep it as is if you really wanted to. Steven says, am I crazy for considering this? I get Brees and Wilson. I give Chase and Walker. Walker to Brees, upgrading to full BBR format. Chase, Wilson, kind of in a similar tier based off their quarterback play. I'd probably rather have Chase and Walker. Full BBR league, you can consider it though. Kevin says, full BBR 10-team league. Start Dak, Purdy, or Fields. We're going to go with Dak and then start Pacheco over Singletary. I think you can. It is up to you. The issue is, I mean, neither running back's really going to catch the ball here. John says, 8-team PBR, 10-team league. We have, 8-2, 10-team league. Hurts, Mixon, Henderson, Kirk, Puka, Hogginson, Rice, bench, Madison, Kincaid. We need some help here. Yeah, I think we go ahead. I think we play Alexander Madison. I think you put Alexander Madison in over Darrell Henderson, assuming it's a full PBR format, with Madison having a pretty damn good matchup. Justin says, how PBR start Kyler or Goff? We're going to go Kyler. Start Laporta, Kincaid, McBride. You need to trade some of these guys. All 3 are borderline top 5 options. We'll go Laporta. And then flex 1, McLaurin, Collins, or one of the tight ends. Thank you. Thank you. And we will go ahead and we'll flex Nico Collins. Jonesy says, Allen or Tua at quarterback today. Allen, really tough matchup, but if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format, you still have the rushing upside for Josh Allen. So we are going to go ahead and take Allen here. Now, next question coming out from, I believe, E says, full BBR, do we start Hopkins or Connor? I'm going to go ahead. We will play James Conner in a very high-scoring matchup. Alex says, Warren or Chuba? We're going to go Chuba Hubbard. It's disgusting. Both have horrible matchups. Evan says, morning flock, need an emergency fix with Chase barely being a factor this week. Russ or Gino? Ooh. I like the matchups for both. Achan or Brian Robinson? Go Achan. And starting Hall at the other running back spot. Yeah, go Achan for sure. And then Russ Gino, I do think is somewhat up to you. I can probably go Russ at this point. Chris says, pick 2, Evans, Hollywood, or Henry. We have CMC, Brian Robinson starting, and Thielen as well. I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Hollywood and Henry. I would play Mike Evans over Adam Thielen, though, this week. They both have really tough matchups. Joey says, Charbonnet or Spears? I'm going to go Charbonnet. And Connor or Achan? I'm going to go Achan. Happy to see you, though. Warren says, thanks for all the content, Mason. Full BBR desperate at the flag. Start 2. Wilson, Sutton, Gabe Davis, Charbonnet, or Quentin Johnson. I'm going to go ahead. I'll play Garrett Wilson and Cortland Sutton. Garrett Wilson and Sutton, even if I do expect the touchdown efficiency to come down for Cortland Sutton there, my friends. But Myth says running backs are Gibbs, Jacobs. Do we flex Brian Robinson or Achane? I'm going to go ahead. I will play Achane. I think Brian Robinson probably has higher floor, but Achane has an incredibly high ceiling, highest implied team total in the NFL this week. 14-point spread. They'll run the ball, and he is leading the NFL in points per game in fantasy. Hulk Smash says Puka or Dell in a non-PBR format. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Puka. I mean, we have a little bit of larger sample with Puka, and obviously at the same time, having Stafford back in is a big time thing. Isaiah says Kmet or Musgrave. We're going to go ahead and we will take Cole Kmet over Luke Musgrave, my friend, especially with Justin Fields in here. Joel says we have Smith, Kupp, Puka, Kirk. Which two do we start and which one do we flex of the others or Kincaid? We're going to go ahead and we're going to play Puka and Kupp at wide receiver, and then we're going to flex Devonta Smith, especially with no Dallas Goedert, my friend. But I mean, great wide receiver room. I think that the Rams guys will be in a massive bounce back spot here now that they have Matthew Stafford back in this offense. But real quick, 5 minutes until kickoff. Let me remind you, we will be dropping a video later today recapping everything that happened. So if you have not done so already, make sure you subscribe to the channel. And if you wanted to check out those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And Russell Wilson, more than less than half a total yard as a special pick'em for tonight's game with code FLOCK as well. So make sure you take advantage. McLean says Deontay or Rondale Moore for the flex. I will go Deontay Johnson. Rondale Moore is somewhat interesting. With no Michael Wilson, probably not playing him, though, to be true. And then Dam says, good luck, everyone. Yes, good luck, everyone. Let me just make sure. Let's pick some questions in the chat that were specifically not copied and pasted. It looks like this wasn't. Joseph says, start Jacoby or Deontay. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Deontay Johnson. Not excited about either wide receiver. But ultimately, with Deontay, at least we've seen the target volume be there, right? At least we have. Now, Dark says, for the flex, should we start Dowdle or JSN? I'm going to go JSN. Dowdle, good matchup, but still. I mean, he's banged up. Tiny running back. He's decent last week, but JSN's JSN. Carl says, Amari or Hollywood starting this week? We're going to go Hollywood relatively easily. I think he's going to be just in a significantly better offense. Significantly better offense. Now, Terrence says, team is Wilson, Olave, Rice, Javonte, Eckler, Ferguson, Cooks. Lost Burrow, got Geno Stafford, Fournette, Frymuth. Do we trade Javonte for Ridley Mostert and also trade for Eckler? We get Connor, Saquon, Hollywood, Stroud. So we're not going to be trading Javonte for Ridley Mostert. Ridley, no real value at this point. Trading Eckler for Saquon, Hollywood, Stroud. I mean, I'd say you're probably going to be keeping Austin Eckler here. I understand like this team has been decimated and this team could use additional depth. I don't know. I don't want to be trading away the best player here. I think maybe we reevaluate this and see how the depth on this team looks this week. Bailey says Tua or Kyler. I mean, tough spot. If you look at my rankings this week, we have these guys ranked literally back to back. I have Tua QB 8, Kyler QB 9. And Tua has higher floor, Kyler has higher ceiling. Now, Cody says Pollard or James Cook in a full PPR format. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Tony Pollard relatively easily, my friend. I mean, the best matchup you could possibly ask for. I really don't have too much hesitation there at all to go through and start him. Okay, sorry. Trying to find someone in the chat that didn't copy and paste their question and answer. Micah says DeAndre Hopkins or Cortland Sutton in a half PPR format. We are going to go ahead. We will take DeAndre Hopkins over Cortland Sutton here, my friend. I mean, I think it's an easy spot, especially as you have no Treylon Burks. And as we've been mentioning, I think that the touchdown rate does come down for Sutton. Furical says half PPR, Brian Robinson, Dell, Hopkins, Mostert, Judy. Pick a running back, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. Brian Robinson, if you have no Gibson, our wide receivers, Mostert. We're going Mostert. And then wide receivers, we're going to go Hopkins, Dell. And then for our flex, we're going to go Brian Robinson over Swift. If Gibson does not play, if Gibson's good to go, then we will go with Swift. Did not see official news on Mason. Hogan Morin says, Davante Adams or Sam Laporta for the flex. Hogan, my man. We will go ahead and we will take Davante Adams over Sam Laporta. I mean, tough spot, but still. Raul says, Fields or Kyler. We're going to go ahead and we will take Kyler with how that game environment should be this week. Michael says, Ridley or Rice, happy BR. We're going to go ahead and we will take Rashee Rice. Send up a prayer. And Jake says, 2 running backs out of Mostert, Robinson, Singletary, full PBR format. I'm going to go Mostert and Brian Robinson. Full PBR league, Singletary not really getting involved as a receiver at all. But I think that should be it. Looks like we are at NFL kickoff. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out with us this morning. I really do appreciate you. I'm going to continue to live stream every single day, try to give back the most that I can for y'all. Really appreciate you. Really excited to see the games today. I'm wishing you the best of luck. Hope you have a great Sunday. Hope you eat some good food, watch some good football. Hopefully spend some time with friends and family if you can. But thank you. Hope you all have a great one, and I really hope I get to see you out with the video later tonight.